Chapter 561. Sun Chang evicts. A beautiful figure walked over to Zhang Xian's current residence, the princess of the alliance, Zhao Feiwu. Upon seeing her, Sun Chang hurried forward and said with a bitter smile, "Princess, the young master isn't back yet." Ever since the young master's departure, Princess Zhao had been visiting once every few days. This residence was on the verge of becoming her permanent dwelling already. "I know. I'm just here to walk around." Hearing those words, disappointment clearly flickered across Zhao Feiwu's face for a moment, but she quickly hid it with a smile. Knowing that this princess harbored exceptional feelings for the young master, Sun Chang hurriedly said, "Princess, there's no need for you to worry. I'll immediately send someone to inform you as soon as the young master is back." "All right." Zhao Feiwu nodded her head, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly caught someone walking toward the residence from the distance out of the corner of her eye. It was the garden owner of the southern herb garden, Shui Yao. This garden owner was known for her eccentric personality and her headstrong personality, bending to none, even the Alliance head residents. Why would she suddenly come here? Perplexed, Zhao Feiwu asked, "May I know the reason for garden owner Shui's sudden visit?" "Zhang Shi has resuscitated my earth vein spirit vine, thus saving my entire field of medicinal herbs. I'm here to thank him for the favor," garden owner Shui said. In the past few days, the spirit of the new earth vein spirit vine had successfully fused with the original one, thus allowing it to recover. All of the withering medicinal herbs returned back to perfect health, and only then did garden owner Shui finally affirm that Zhang Shi's solution was truly effective. Thus, she decided to make this visit to thank him once more. Even though she had given him many spirit herbs in compensation, but compared to the entire field of medicinal herbs, that was truly not worth mentioning at all. "Zhang Shi is out training for the Master Teacher Tournament, and he isn't back yet," Sun Chang explained. Instead of telling others that he was heading for the Yinyang Lake, Zhang Xian told others that he was going to go out to train instead. This could ensure that the news wouldn't leak out, and thus prevent sabotage from other participants. Training? Garden owner Shui was taken aback. "All right then, I'll pay a visit once more when Zhang Shi returns." Since Zhang Shi wasn't around, there was no point to her staying here. Thus, she prepared to turn around to leave. But just then, she suddenly felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura behind her, exerting an immense pressure on her. "Is Zhang Shi in?" Sect leader Luo Huang of Fleeting Cloud Sect, sect leader Bai Kaiji of White Helios Sect, sect leader Huang Qi of Cascading Sand Sect. A total of 14 sect leaders and nation elders are here. Ask him to come out to pay his respects. A clear bellow reverberated in the area, tremoring even the clouds. Very few people knew that Zhang Xian had left Myriad Kingdom City. On top of that, these powers didn't think of that rising master teacher as a potential opponent, so they didn't pay much attention to him. As such, they didn't know that the other party wasn't around. 14 sect leaders and nation elders were here to visit? What are they up to? Zhang Shi is a master teacher of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Why are they finding him for? When that voice echoed in the air, many guards and soldiers who heard those words were stunned. Zhang Shi was going to represent the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance in the Master Teacher Tournament. Why was this group of people looking for him? Sun Chang, Zhao Feiwu, and garden owner Shui traded glances, and they immediately noted that something was amiss. Even if they wanted to pay Zhang Shi a visit, it was impossible for 14 heads of their respective powers to visit simultaneously. It was certain that they were up to something. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Chang stepped forward and greeted the group. "Guess, the young master is not around at the moment." An elder waved his hands majestically. "Not around? Huh, more like you are hiding him. You'd better bring him out, or else don't blame us for conducting a search on our own accord." Kong Shi's handwritten letter was simply too precious to them. What if that fellow were to escape after hearing of the news? Search. Sun Chang frowned. The young master is an esteemed 4-star master teacher who will be representing the Myriad Kingdom Alliance in the Master Teacher Tournament. For all of you to come knocking and even threaten to search the residence, may I ask if the young master has turned his back against the responsibilities of a master teacher or sullied the name of the Master Teacher Pavilion? Besides, even if a search must occur, It should be conducted by the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion instead. What rights do you have to do so? Do you have a search warrant with you? As a qualified butler, Sun Chong had studied the various convention and laws governing master teachers so as to act with propriety. Given the young master's esteemed standing as a 4-star master teacher, no one had the rights to search with residence without a search warrant from the master teacher pavilion. We might not have any search warrant, but given that so many senior master teachers are before him, don't you think it is a huge breach of etiquette for him to not pay his respects? Indeed, get him out to greet us. Does he intend to breach the master-teacher moral code? 2 middle-aged men of the group threatened. They had made the journey here to ask about Kong Shi's handwritten letter. If that fellow were to remain hidden, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Pay respects. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Sun Chong's face immediately flushed in anger. Audacious. What? Zhao Feiwu and garden owner Shui's body suddenly swayed weakly. The one who is acting audaciously seems to be you instead. The visiting group included sect leaders and nation elders of the 14 strongest empires in the region. They were all either powerful experts or half 5-star master teachers. And yet, an insignificant transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator like you actually dared to shout to them? Where did your guts come from? The young master is the esteemed direct disciple of great master teacher Yang Xian. How dare you bunch of goons who haven't even reached 5-star yet cause a ruckus here? Sun Chong waved his hands arrogantly. What are you all waiting for? Scram. Old Master Yang Xian was a master teacher with a ranking of at least 6-star. As his butler, he had to carry himself with pride and disposition which wouldn't bring shame to his name. How dare this bunch of goons demand for the young master to pay respects to them? Who gave you such guts? Sect leader Luo Huang and the others stared at one another, dumbstruck. They thought that their identity would surely scare Zhang Xian out of his wits, and the latter would immediately give up and rush out. But never in their dreams did they expect to be blocked at the door by his butler. Not to mention, the other party even said that they were being audacious and chased them away. The heck? Am I hearing things? What did you say? I dare you to repeat yourself. Sect leader Luo Huang's eyebrows shot up as a powerful aura burst forth from him. He was the sect leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm pinnacle expert. To be chased away by this insignificant fellow, how could he possibly take it lying? What did I say? Are you deaf? How can someone as dumb as you remain as a master teacher? I truly wonder how you became a sect leader like this. Sun Chong waved his hands and said, Fine, since you didn't hear me clearly the first time, I'll repeat myself for your sake. I am asking you to scram. Don't cause any trouble here. You're courting death. Seeing that his teacher had been humiliated, Luo Xian couldn't hold back his rage any longer and charged forward. Hong Long, a gigantic palm carrying an indescribably violent aura, came charging towards Sun Chong, eradicating everything in its path. Chill. But before the palm could strike Sun Chong, a sharp call echoed from the skies, following which, a gigantic shadow fell straight down to the ground. Due to the incredible speed from its movements, a shrill sonic boom threatened to pierce everyone's ears. The heck? Luo Xian barely managed to release a shout of exclamation before he was seated upon. His entire body was immediately bent in an unnatural anger, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. He nearly breathed his last at that moment. Demon Sink Beast. Back when Zhang Xian left, he had entrusted the safety of everyone in the residence to him. Thus, upon seeing Luo Xian make a move against Sun Chong, it immediately swooped down to protect the latter. As a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert who was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough at any moment, the Demon Sink Beast was significantly stronger than Luo Xian. Not to mention, it possessed astounding speed and nearly invincible defensive capability. The latter didn't even have a chance to react before he was mortally wounded. Luo Xian felt as though he was on the verge of breaking down. He was the genius who was the strongest contender for the champion seat for the Master Teacher Tournament, an expert who was just a step away from reaching Consonant Spirit Realm, and yet, he nearly died from being squashed by a spirit beast. Just the thought of it left him incredibly frenzied. Beast, How dare you? A crimson glow extended across sect leader Luo Huang's face all the way down to the neck as he bellowed furiously. He was the sect leader of the fleeting cloud sect, the strongest power among the 28 kingdoms in the region, and yet, his student actually ended up being squashed by a spirit beast right before him. Infuriated, he prepared to charge up to teach the other party a lesson. Why? Is a half-5-star master teacher like you going to lay his hands on an ordinary civilian? What wrong have I committed? What wrong has Zhang Shi committed? Sun Chang stepped forward. In view of their standing, master teachers wouldn't make a move on ordinary civilians as long as they didn't sin. Sun Chang was only preventing anyone from trespassing into their residence, so he couldn't be said to have sinned. Rather, Luo Xian, who lost his composure and charged at him, was clearly at fault here. If Luo Huang were to make a move instead, the only one who would be embarrassed would be him. But even though Sun Chang was confident that the other party wouldn't stoop down to his level, he was still feeling a little worried. Having his intentions questioned, sect leader Luo Huang retracted his outstretched palm. The other party was just a subordinate. To kill the other party over such a small matter would only make him seem petty. I'll repeat it once more. The young master isn't in the residence now. No matter what you're here for, be it to acknowledge him as your teacher or to seek his guidance, I'll have to ask of you to leave. Seeing that the other party didn't make a move in the end, Sun Chang harumphed while heaving a sigh of relief on the inside. Acknowledging him as our teacher? Hearing those words, everyone felt faint-headed. Acknowledge your head. Have you seen anyone coming to acknowledge a teacher in such a manner? Besides, that Zhang Xian is only a 4-star primary master teacher. What right does he have to become the teacher of us half-5-star master teachers? Seeing the awkward situation, an elder walked over and asked, Sect leader Luo, what do we do now? They were all esteemed experts. They couldn't possibly just come over to overturn everything in the other party's house, going to the extent of even laying their hands on the other party's subordinate. If they were to do so, even if the headquarters didn't pursue this matter, they would probably die of shame. But if they didn't do so, how could they ascertain whether Zhang Shi was around or not? Let's return for now. With a darkened face, sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands. Return? Everyone was taken aback. Are we supposed to retreat just like that? Chased away by the other party's subordinate, aren't we a little too useless? What else can we do? Sect leader Luo Huang harumphed. He was also getting a huge headache over this matter. But from the looks of it, Zhang Xian really didn't seem to be around. Otherwise, given the huge commotion that had occurred, it was impossible for him to still remain hidden. Quarreling with another person's subordinate while the person isn't around, he couldn't afford to lose his reputation over this. More importantly, this butler had way too much bravado. Anyone else would have surely trembled in fear before their presence. But this fellow didn't think much of them at all. I wonder if this fellow really has some kind of backing, or he's simply that brave. Sect leader Luo Huang feared that if he were to continue fighting with the other party, he would die of anger first. After a moment of hesitation, sect leader Luo Huang ordered, "We'll send someone to keep a lookout at this residence. As soon as Zhang Xian returns, they'll report back to us, and it won't be too late for us to capture him then." Instead of embarrassing himself here, he might as well leave for the moment first. Chapter 562. Returning to Myriad Kingdom City, yes. Even though everyone was reluctant, there was no better solution at hand. If they were to really blow things up and the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion got involved, the headquarters might be alarmed, and their envoy might arrive even before Zhang Xian returned. If so, they would be put in a difficult position. Voila! Thus, as swiftly as they came, they retreated. And after seeing all of them leave, Sun Chang's legs caved in and he fell to the ground. He was the butler of Master Teacher Yang Xian, and he knew he couldn't lose out to others in terms of disposition, but his cultivation was simply too low at the moment. With the strength of only transcendent mortal one Dan, it had taken all of his courage to stand before so many experts. Recalling how close he came to danger just a moment ago, Zhao Feiwu stepped forward and asked, "Don't you fear death?" To yell at so many consonant spirit realm experts to scram, even her father wouldn't be able to muster such courage. Where did the confidence of this plump butler come from? After a moment later, Sun Chang finally recovered. Standing up, he shook his head in response. Of course I do. But if you're scared, why would you still? Even garden owner Shui was perplexed by the other party's actions. Since he felt fear, why did he still do it? If sect leader Luo Huang were to really make a move then, he would have surely died on the spot. If that were to happen, nothing could remedy it. It would mean nothing even if Zhang Shi were to redress your grievances in the future. A dead life couldn't be brought back. I am indebted to the old master. From a humble Jinshi realm cultivator, he had brought me to a position where I'm respected and trusted by so many. As long as he allows me to remain at his side as his butler, I have the obligation to ensure that the old master's dignity isn't being trampled on, even if it means my death. Sun Chang said with determination. If not for the old master, he would probably spend his entire life in the small shop he had in Tianxian Royal City. He would have never met so many master teachers, needless to say, step into a position where no one dares to belittle him. The old master had given him a second life. If he, as a butler, was unable to uphold the old master's dignity, he would have failed in his duties. This was the faith he held, and he was determined to live his life by it. This was precisely the reason why he mustered his courage and stood before those experts despite the danger. His strength might be lacking, and his cultivation might be low, but the dignity of a high-ranked master teacher mustn't be thrown away. This, Zhao Feiwu was in awe. This plump man may look like an unreliable figure, but yet, he had things which he was unwilling to compromise on as well. It seemed that even though the people that gathered around Zhang Shi were all eccentric, they seemed to be oddly and unreservedly united. Conflict and politics didn't seem to exist among them. Perhaps, this might be due to his charisma. A moment later, Zhao Feiwu suddenly thought of something and asked, "The old master that you spoke of refers to Yang Shi? Where is Yang Shi at the moment?" She had heard of Yang Shi, Zhang Shi's teacher, but she had never met him before. The old master likes to spend his time roaming freely across the lands. I've no idea where he is either. As soon as he spoke of Yang Xian, Sun Chang's face immediately lit up in admiration. You don't know where he is? Zhao Feiwu was perplexed. Then, is he not going to spectate the master-teacher tournament? His student was participating in such an important tournament for the first time. Was Yang Shi, despite being the other party's teacher, not going to support Zhang Shi at such a crucial moment? Sun Chang contemplated for a moment before replying, "This? I'm not too sure as well. However, I think he should be coming soon." It was clear that those who had come together harbored malicious intentions toward Zhang Shi. If the old master didn't appear soon, something bad might really happen. But, old master, where are you? Achoo. Zhang Xian rubbed his nose. Naturally, he wasn't aware that Ding Hong was already at Myriad Kingdom City and had already convinced the 14 strongest powers currently in the city to move against him. He was still on the back of the aerial spirit beast, glancing down at the winding mountain range below as his eyes slowly lit up in excitement. After half a month's journey, he was finally returning to Myriad Kingdom City. I'm finally back. Judging by the timing, the Soul Rouse grass should have matured already. I should be able to craft the Soul Rouse incense and wake Lu Chong now. As the Soul Rouse grass could not be kept in his storage ring, Zhang Xian chose not to bring it with him. It had been 50 days since his departure, and it should have already matured under Wang Ying's care and be ready to be crafted into the Soul Rouse incense. With this, Lu Chong would be able to come back to life, and he would have resolved a boulder weighing down on his heart. Honglong. A distance away, a disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy could be felt, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out. I've achieved a breakthrough? Ruahuan Gongzi slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were clear, and his body was seemingly filled with endlessly vitality and might. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. Under Zhang Xian's pointers and the nourishment of a middle-tier spirit stone, he had really managed to reach Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan pinnacle within half a month. Zhang Shi, thank you for your guidance. Sensing overwhelming energy far superior to before flowing through his body, Ruahuan Gongzi clasped his fist in gratitude. If not for the other party, Who knew how long it would have taken him to reach transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle? There's no need to stand on ceremony. Zhang Xian waved his hands. The surge of heaven's path Xinqi he infused into the other party previously had made the other party's originally turbid Xinqi purer. Building on such a foundation, it wasn't too hard for the other party to advance several small realms consecutively within a short period of time. If the other party couldn't do as much under such conditions, the other party would truly be unworthy of his title as a genius. Zhang Shi, your cultivation. Pavilion Master Kong raised his doubts. Seeing Ruohuan Gongzi's swift improvement in the past few days had delighted him, but at the same time, doubts started sprouting in his mind. If Zhang Shi could induce such massive improvements in others, why couldn't he do the same for himself? Given that the other party hadn't even reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan yet, he would surely in a huge disadvantage competing in the Master-Teacher tournament. Don't worry. I'll try my best to advance to the Yin-Yang Realm pinnacle before the tournament, and if possible, perhaps even clarifying Turbidity Realm. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. To advance his cultivation, he needed middle-tier spirit stones. To do so through absorbing spiritual energy in the air was simply too inefficient. However, this just happened to be the resource he was sorely lacking at the moment. Since any advancement otherwise would be insignificant in comparison, he decided to find some way to procure more middle-tier spirit stones in the capital first before raising his cultivation. Hearing Zhang Shi's guarantee, Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. We're about to arrive at your residence. Walking up to the entrance of the room on top of the spirit beast, Zhang Xian suddenly turned around and said, I'll be bidding you farewell here then. I'll be busy during this period of time, so don't look for me. Rest assured, I'll surely appear at the Master-Teacher tournament when the time comes. To procure more middle-tier spirit stones, it was likely that he would have to appear in public as Yang Shi. If Pavilion Master Kong were to visit during this period of time, given the abrupt disappearance of Zhang Shi and the latter's familiarity with him, there was a chance that the latter might tie the two together and realize that Yang Shi was actually Zhang Shi. Thus, Zhang Xian decided to take precautions against that. All right. Thinking that Zhang Xian might be intending on going into seclusion, Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. After saying all that had to be said, Zhang Xian leaped off the back of the spirit beast, and not too long later, Pavilion Master Kong departed along with the spirit beast. As soon as Zhang Xian returned to the residence, Sun Chang suddenly rushed up to him. Young Master. Noticing that something was amiss from Sun Chang's anxious expression, Zhang Xian asked, Did something happen while I was away? The fleeting Cloud Sect and 13 other powers came to find you while you were away. Sun Chang swiftly recounted the entire matter. Why are they looking for me? Zhang Xian frowned. He had never seen those people before. Why would they suddenly pay him a visit? Inform me the next time they come over. Zhang Xian had been in a dilemma as to who he should procure spirit stones from when these people came knocking at his door. This worked out fine as well. At the very least, he didn't have to go out there to search for customers. Yes. Seeing the composure on the young master's face, Sun Chang suddenly felt the burden on his shoulder being lifted, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, may I know where the old master is at the moment, and will he be coming over? Teacher. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and replied, Teacher told me that he will be coming over in the next few days. All right, I have to speak with Wang Ying. Where is she? Zhang Xian waved his hands. Since he was going to appear as Yang Shi, it was best for him to let the news out in advance so that it wouldn't be too abrupt and unnatural. She's currently in the midst of caring for the Soul Rouse grass. Young Master, are you intending to cure young Master Lu Chong now? Upon recalling something, Sun Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. As the butler of the residence, how could he be unaware of what Wang Ying was up? For the young master to look for her so anxiously as soon as he returned, most likely, this was something that had to do with Lu Chong. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Lu Chong's issue is intricately tied with the topic of souls, and I would require absolute silence for the treatment. Make sure that no one interrupts me. Sun Chang nodded. However, a moment later, He finally realized the reason behind the incongruity he had been feeling since the young master's arrival and asked, "Young master, didn't Zhao Xiaojie leave with you? Why isn't she here?" Since Zhao Ye left along with Zhang Xian, it didn't make sense for the latter to return alone. She has gone somewhere else. She won't be returning for the time being. Zhang Xian shook his hands before walking over to the room where the soul-roused grass was being cultivated. "Teacher." As soon as Zhang Xian entered the room, he immediately saw Wang Ying. Nodding his head to acknowledge the other party's greeting, he turned his gaze to the soul-roused grass placed in the middle of the room. By now, it was already around half the height of a human, and it emitted a unique scent that left with one feeling confusion. It seemed as though one's soul would be trapped in it the moment one put one's guard down. Harnessing soul energy, the soul-roused grass possessed the ability to interfere with one's psyche. "You've worked hard over the past few days. You should take a rest." Seeing how well the soul-roused grass grown, not to mention the complete lack of scratches on it, one could easily imagine how much effort Wang Ying had put into its cultivation. Having been complimented, Wang Ying's face reddened, and she hurriedly walked out. Time to start. Drawing his soul out from his body, Zhang Xian grabbed the soul-roused grass lightly in his palm and began to infuse his zhenqi in to forge it. He would have required a lot of preparation beforehand to forge the soul-roused grass successfully before, but after his soul had been tempered by both yin and yang energy, thus becoming even stronger and compact, forging it wasn't a problem for him anymore. Under the inflow of zhenqi from Zhang Xian, the medicinal herb melted, turning into a puddle of flowing green liquid. And with a flick of his fingers, the liquid began gathering together, forming an incense stick. Soul-roused incense. It possessed the ability to awaken a dormant soul after being lit. Based on what Mo Hunching said, to increase the chances of waking Lu Chong, it'll be best for me to infuse a portion of my soul into it. By infusing a portion of his soul into the soul-roused grass before lighting it, its effectiveness could be enhanced. Soul split. Zhang Xian carefully split a portion of his soul, and in the process, his face gradually paled. Even though his soul had reached the cultivation of transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle, dividing his soul would still cause significant damage to him. But as long as Lu Chong could be safe, there was no sacrifice too great. Fusing the divided portion of his soul with the incense, he was finally ready to awaken Lu Chong. Great. I should begin now. Having completed all preparations, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Retracting his soul back into his body, he walked forward toward Lu Chong. Chapter 563 Attack 2 in 1. Zhang Xian placed the soul-roused incense on the soul aperture on Lu Chong's glabella and lit it. Smoke slowly rose from the soul-roused incense, and along with it came a distant and vague song reminiscent of the melody of gods and demons, leaving one intoxicated. If one were to stare intently at the smoke, one would be able to see a faint silhouette dressed in loose robe dancing a unique dance which seemed to hold a certain allure for a soul. Return. Soul. Why roam in distant lands when your belonging lies here? Abandoning for paradise for sufferings in a foreign land. Return. Soul. There is nowhere else you can rest. Giants of astounding stature seek to reap you. In the lands they bring you 10 suns sear, metal flows in rivers and stones exist in mere dust. The voice slowly seeped into Lu Chong's glabella, resonating with his sleeping soul. Whether he will awake or not will count on this. As the distant voice grew louder and louder, Zhang Xian took in a deep breath and drew his soul out as well, after which his soul dashed straight into Lu Chong's consciousness, and the next moment, an ocean stretching to the horizons appeared before his eyes. How can his inner world be so large? Standing in the midst of the other party's consciousness, Zhang Xian was stunned. Even with his soul cultivation of transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle, Zhang Xian found himself unable to perceive the ends to the other party's inner world. The inner world of an ordinary cultivator was usually only the size of a pawn. Lu Chong's case was indeed extraordinary. Where is Lu Chong's soul? Quickly recovering from his astonishment, Zhang Xian remembered his purpose here and hurriedly scanned the surroundings. A dormant soul would usually be lying asleep in a corner of one's inner world. With the assistance from the soul rouse incense, it shouldn't be difficult to wake the soul up. Flying around the vast inner world, Zhang Xian soon found a gigantic figure lying amidst dense mist. Despite lying horizontally in the ocean, it was still as tall as a mountain. The eyes of the figure were tightly shut. Isn't this a little, way too big? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Not only was Lu Chang's inner world huge, even his soul was humongous as well. In fact, it seemed to wield even greater strength than Zhang Xian's transcendent mortal four-dan soul. But how could that be possible? One must know that Lu Chong was only at Zhongshe realm when he went into a coma. How could a Zhongshe realm cultivator possess such a powerful soul? Could this be acquired soul physique? Suddenly, a thought flashed across Zhang Xian's mind. There were physical constitutions in the world which, when awoken, could induce a rapid rise in one's cultivation. Similarly, there were also physical constitutions that could enhance one's soul as well, and one of them was the acquired soul physique. Just as stated in the name, this constitution didn't come with one at birth. Thus, even master teachers would be unable to perceiving one's plausible aptitude in this aspect before its appearance. Usually, such unique constitutions usually appeared after the host underwent a major event in his life. It was similar to how some people gained the ability to see ghosts after falling off the stairs, or how some recalled their past lives after suffering an injury to the head and began to chant ancient Sanskrit sutras. If Zhang Xian wasn't mistaken, Lu Chong belonged to this category as well. He was originally just an ordinary person, but the massacre of his clan had diverted the course of his life. After which, he met Zhang Xian, and to save the latter, he sacrificed himself and fell into a coma. These experiences had caused a qualitative evolvement of his soul. If my conjecture is true, given the size of his soul, when he finally wakes up, his cultivation will probably be stronger than mine. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He thought that it would take a long time before Lu Chong fully recovered from the impact of that incident, but to his delight, this incident actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise. But still, if Zhang Xian didn't possess an in-depth knowledge of souls, this unique constitution would probably have gone to waste. But now, as long as the latter wakes up and is imparted the heavens path soul art, his cultivation would surely soar. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian walked up to the gigantic body and shouted, "Lu Chong, I am Zhang Shi. Wake up." While Zhang Xian was attempting to wake Lu Chong, sect leader Luo Huang and the others received news of Zhang Xian's return. Since he's back, it's about time for us to pay him a visit and ask of the matter. Indeed, given how he is barely qualified as a 4-star master teacher, how can he be qualified to hold onto Kong Shi's handwritten letter? If he hands it over obediently, we can still choose to let the matter go. But if he decides to make things difficult for himself, we'll conduct a trial on the spot to investigate the origin of the letter. If it is proven that he has breached the master-teacher moral code by stealing the possession of an innocent party, he shall be punished. Voices rang up in agreement. Kong Shi's handwritten letter was an unparalleled treasure for all master teachers. As leaders of their respective powers, no matter how kind-hearted they could have been before, for the welfare of the masses behind them who were relying on them for support, they had no choice but to harden their hearts. If sacrificing one Zhang Xian could lead to the rise of their power, then this was a gamble that was worth taking on. Sect leader Luo Huang interjected the commotion and asked, "Everyone, calm down for a moment. Don't you think it is weird how the butler was able to stand before us without the slightest fear, treating us disdainfully even?" Everyone suddenly stopped to think about the matter. Despite their huge lineup, they still ended up being chased away by an insignificant butler. Just by recalling the incident left their hearts boiling in anger. But still, there was indeed something doubtful about the matter. Was that butler truly fearless of death, or did he have some kind of backing to fall back on? If I'm not mistaken, that fellow's backing must be the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. He probably still doesn't know that the matter regarding Kong Shi's handwritten letter has been leaked. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't dare to do so. I think that it might be the Demon Sync Beast. That spirit beast is indeed powerful. Even a consonant spirit realm primary stage expert might have a tough time fighting with it. With such a powerful tamed beast and his young masters standing in the Myriad Kingdom alliance, he would be unworthy as a master teacher's butler if he didn't have that much pride in himself. The group in the room discussed. Even though the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion wasn't as powerful as them, they still didn't dare to go overboard. After all, the Master Teacher Pavilion was strict in enforcing its rules, and they could get into trouble if the headquarters were to learn of the matter. That butler was probably able to keep his bravado, having guessed as much. Hearing the responses from the crowd, sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. Seems like everyone doesn't know much about that Zhang Xian. To tell you all the truth, I've had my subordinates look into his affairs for the past few days. As the most powerful individuals in the region, they honestly didn't think much of Zhang Xian. Rather, they were more guarded toward those of their own group, such as the Fleeting Cloud sect, Cascading Sand sect, and Frigid Gale sect, fearing that they might backstab them. Thus, the information they had on Zhang Xian was severely limited. After all, who would have the effort to worry about a mere ant when there were other threats looming in the area? They had never entertained the possibility that this rising star of Myriad Kingdom Alliance might not be as simple as he looked on the surface. Oh, seeing sect leader Luo Huang's grim expression, everyone turned their gazes toward him. It's said that this Zhang Xian isn't even 20 this year, and it was only 2 months ago that he had passed his 2-star master teacher examination. His improvement is, in the truest sense, frightening. Sect leader Luo Huang spoke slowly. But of course, we can't exclude the possibility that he had been hiding his true strength from the start to create such fanfare. There were also quite a few master teachers who trained to a certain level before breezing through multiple examinations at once. As such, a 2-star master teacher rising straight to the level of a 4-star wasn't too shocking. However, what is worrying is that, despite his young age, he has already attained the strength of a 4-star master teacher. In fact, in the selection round, he even triumphed over Pavilion Master Kang's direct disciple, Jun Ruahuan. Aren't you all curious about his teacher? Sect leader Luo Huang finally revealed his worry. Everyone fell into deep thought. They didn't think much of Zhang Xian before. After all, how could a mere 4-star primary master teacher stand against them all? A 4-star primary master teacher might be a prestigious figure in Myriad Kingdom City, but to huge sects and influential powers like them, it meant nothing at all. However, after hearing sect leader Luo Huang's words, they realized that they had been negligent. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance had been lagging behind in terms of resources as compared to the other kingdoms. It had no half 5-star master teacher or consonant spirit realm experts, and thus, it had no long-range tutelage jade tokens as well. As such, cultivating a single 4-star master teacher was difficult on its own. Under such conditions, raising a 4-star master teacher who wasn't even in his 20s yet was indeed an extraordinary feat based on the news I received. Zhang Xian's teacher is a half 5-star master teacher known as Yang Xian. Sect leader Luo Huang revealed the intelligence that he had gathered. According to the intelligence, Yang Xian rarely appeared in public, and on the occasions he did, it was in lower-tiered kingdoms. However, due to the weak eye of discernment of those living in those regions, they were unable to perceive the other party's cultivation clearly, thus resulting in a lack of concrete evaluation of Yang Xian's strength. But based on the other party's feats, sect leader Luo Huang determined the latter to be a 3-star to 4-star master teacher. However, it was clear that a 4-star master teacher couldn't possibly raise a student as talented as Zhang Xian. What that allowed him to make his final evaluation was Su Shi and Ling Shi visiting him and leaving respectfully. To be worthy of being treated with such respect by a 4-star master teacher, it was highly likely that the other party was a half 5-star master teacher like them. After all, if the other party was any stronger, he would have surely gone to higher-tiered empires already instead of staying in an insignificant place like the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Besides, if a master teacher of that caliber were to visit a lower-tiered kingdom, the regional master teacher pavilion would surely be informed to make preparations to welcome him. It was impossible for there to be no news on the matter at all. More importantly, those who had come into contact with Yang Xian didn't seem to note that the latter was capable of spirit-gathering diction. This was a fundamental ability to a 5-star master teacher. Those who hadn't grasped this ability couldn't qualify as a 5-star master teacher. Half 5-star master teacher? Since the other party is of equal standing as us, what do we have to fear? Indeed. So what if he's a half 5-star master teacher? Kong Shi's handwritten letter is of vital importance to all master teachers. Even if he's a full-fledged 5-star master teacher, I say that we should still confront him for it. Despite being a master teacher, he kept Kong Shi's handwritten letter for himself instead of submitting it up to the headquarters. Even if he's a 5-star master teacher, he will surely be severely punished for his misdeed. After hearing that the Zhangxian's teacher possessed strength of their tier, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. An elder asked, Sect leader Luo Huang, what's your view on this matter? Based on my intelligence, that Yangxian doesn't seem to be in Myriad Kingdom City at the moment. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think that we should unite as one for the moment, obtain the handwritten letter as soon as possible, and decide on its allocation later on. Otherwise, it is likely that none of us will obtain the relic, Sect leader Luo Huang said grimly. Whether it would be boiled or fried, they would have to take down their prey first. It was too early to be talking about the allocation when their prey hasn't been caught yet. To date, it was still unconfirmed whether Kong Shi's handwritten letter was truly with Zhangxian, and if it was, whether it was authentic or not. If they were to delay the matter and Yangxian were to arrive in the city, even though they had no fear for the other party, it would still be unwise for them to go overboard. After all, the other party was a fellow half 5-star master teacher as well. Sect leader Luo, rest assured. We are all mature adults. We know what we should do. A treasure such as Kong Shi's handwritten letter can't possibly belong to a single power. At the very least, we know this much. Let's talk about it after obtaining it from Zhang Shi's hands. The crowd nodded their heads, indicating their approval toward this course of action. Since everyone is agreeable to it, I'll start delegating the roles then. Seeing that he had everyone on board, Sect leader Luo Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. When we're there, I hope that Sect leader Hu and Sect leader Bai can curb that demon sink beast. The rest shall move with me to capture that Zhangxian and secure Kong Shi's handwritten letter. We'll have to move fast, or else it'll be troublesome if he hides the object. All right. Everyone nodded in consent. Since they have decided to make a move, naturally, they should do it as soon as possible. Who knew what kinds of hiccups could occur if they were to delay the matter? Let's set off then. After confirming the details of the plan, Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hand, and the group marched off toward Zhangxian's residence. Sun Cheng stood in an empty residence with a deep frown etched on his forehead. The young master didn't think much of the group that came knocking a few days ago, but Sun Cheng still couldn't help but worry about it. It was clear that the other party bore malicious intentions. He was able to chase them away by insisting that the young master wasn't around the previous time. But now that the young master had returned, it wouldn't be easy for him to stop them the next time. Garden owner Shui walked up to Sun Cheng and asked, "Where's Zhang Shi?" Zhang Shi had saved her herb garden from a huge calamity the previous time. Knowing that the group of people who came the other day would surely come knocking again to cause trouble, she volunteered to stay behind. The young master is in the midst of treating young master Lu Chong, so you'll have to wait for a while longer. Sun Cheng replied. All right, garden owner Shui replied. Then, with a slightly worried expression, she remarked, now that Zhang Shi is back, I fear that the group of men would return once more to look for him. Indeed, Sun Cheng sighed. If only the old master were around, there would be no need to fear those creeps. Yang Shi, if it isn't a sensitive question, may I ask what rank is he as a master teacher? Seeing the immense confidence Sun Cheng had in his old master, garden owner Shui couldn't help but ask about it. I've no idea as well, but it seems as though there's no problem he can't solve. Based on Su Shi and Ling Shi's previous evaluation, it seems like he is at least a 6-star master teacher. Sun Cheng replied, At least a 6-star master teacher? Garden owner Shui narrowed her eyes. One had to possess a minimum cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 9, Dan to become a 6-star master teacher. To be at least a 6-star master teacher, doesn't that mean that the other party had already reached such a level? That's right. I've been with the old master for some time now, but I haven't met a single problem that could stumble him yet. If the old master is willing to help you, the issue with your soul can surely be easily solved. Sun Chong said confidently. He had witnessed the old master's prowess, and there was no problem too great for him. In the past few days that garden owner Shui had been here, he had learned of her damaged soul, so he couldn't help but say that. He can heal my soul? Garden owner Shui's face reddened, and her breathing hastened. Her soul had been injured for some time now, and to cure it, she even went to the extent of consuming the spirit contained within medicinal herbs to make up for her deficiency, but it ended up being futile in the end. If Yang Shi was truly able to solve her problem, she would be willing to do anything in exchange. Anything. However, I would advise you not to bear too much hope for it. Given the old master's standing, he wouldn't help anyone easily. Sun Chong shook his head. With a bitter smile, garden owner Shui shook her head. You're right. If Yang Shi was truly a 6-star master, it would surely be an exorbitant price to pay to engage his help. And she knew that she had no treasures that could possibly hold any allure to an expert of that caliber. There's no need to think so much into it for now. After all, we don't know where the old master is currently. If he's in the city, I can plead for you on his behalf. Despite the old master's incredible capability, he's an amiable person, Sun Chong remarked. But halfway through his words, a powerful aura suddenly surged straight at him, shrouding the entire residence. Zhang Shi, Fleeting Cloud Sects Luo Huang, White Helios Sects by Kaiji, Cascading Sand Sects Huang Qi, 14 sect leaders and nation elders have come to visit you. Come out and pay your respects. Hong Long. And in the middle of those words, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Every single one of them possessed immense might, and their presence felt like an unmovable mountain. Sect leader Luo Huang and the others had arrived. Walala. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang, Wang Ying, and the others immediately rushed out of their rooms and stared at the group warily. Gritting his teeth, Sun Chong stepped forward and replied, The young master is currently in seclusion, so it isn't convenient for him to meet you. You should come back another day. A middle-aged man stepped forward and harumphed coldly. In seclusion? Ha ha ha. More like he is too guilty to meet us after breaching the master-teacher moral code. The overwhelming pressure in the air instantaneously heightened. Sun Chong felt as though a mountain was slowly making its way toward him. Given his strength, no matter how much effort he put in, it was impossible for him to stop its path. Consonant Spirit Realm Expert. At this level of cultivation, one could exert pressure directly on an opponent's soul. Even Pavilion Master Kong wouldn't stand a chance against the middle-aged man. Seeing the other party attempting to pin blame on Zhang Xian, garden owner Shui frowned and stepped forward. Zhang Shi is an upright and compassionate man. How could he possibly breach the master-teacher moral code? I'll have to ask you to not utter falsehood. Frowning, the middle-aged man thrust his palm forward. Who do you think you are? Do you think that you are qualified to be speaking here? This is bad. Not expecting the other party to be much more forceful than before, resorting to violence without any hesitation, garden owner Shui narrowed her eyes and threw out a fist to meet the other party's attack. Hong. The palm collided with the fist, but in the next instant, an immense force traveled through garden owner Shui's fist and struck her chest. Pooh. Spewing a mouthful of blood, she was sent a dozen meters back. She could already be considered as one of the strongest experts in Myriad Kingdom City, but despite that, she was still unable to withstand a single blow from the other party. A clarifying Turbidity Realm cultivator couldn't possibly hope to match up to a Consonant Spirit Realm expert. Roar. The demon sink beast responsible for protecting the courtyard yelled and leaped down. You beast? Who do you think you are bearing your fangs at? Sect leader by harumphed coldly, and along with the middle-aged man from before, he stepped forward and placed his palm on the ground. Voila! A Junchi fell from the sky, locking the demon sink beast in place. Roar. Trapped in the net, the demon sink beast struggled vigorously, only to find its efforts futile. It was as if this Shunchi net was made of the hardest material in the world. Despite its violent thrashing, the net didn't even budge the slightest bit. The demon sink beast was an invincible existence in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, but its strength was still lacking compared to these sect leaders, not to mention, both of them had moved in unison to subdue it. What are you doing? Seeing the group injuring garden owner Shui and sealing the demon sink beast in place in just a few seconds, Sun Chang's face warped in astonishment. In that instant, he felt as though his heart was falling through an abyss. His worst premonition had come to be. Chapter 564. Descending from the heavens, the other party was at least slightly fearful of him the previous time, retreating at his bellowing. But from the looks of it, the other party seemed intent to accomplish whatever they intended to do this time around. What in the world had happened for this group to even disregard the young master's identity as a 4-star master teacher? What are we doing? Stop playing the fool. Sect leader Luo Huang sneered coldly. Where's Zhang Shi? Get him to come out at this very instant, or else don't blame us for getting nasty. Sect leader Bai's eyebrows shot up in disdain. The master teacher pavilion does indeed have its rules. We might be unable to lay our hands on a person of Zhang Shi's standing, but if it was just a mere butler and a few other students, do you think that the headquarters would punish us for crippling insignificant ants? Master teachers were governed by strict rules, but this didn't mean that they were saints. Just the bloodshed in the wars against the soul oracles and the otherworldly demons could easily fill an ocean. It was true that the master teacher pavilion frowned on senseless murder, but as long as one didn't go overboard in one's actions, the headquarters would usually just overlook such actions. If these people refused to cooperate, they were willing to cripple or even kill them. The worst that could happen to them from this was just a dip in their reputation. The young master is in the midst of his seclusion, and he mustn't be interrupted at the moment. If you wish to meet him, please return tomorrow. Despite knowing that what the other party said was the truth, Sun Chang knew that he couldn't back down at this point. The young master had entrusted him to keep anyone from interrupting him. Unless he dies, he would never allow anyone to barge in at this point. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us for getting nasty. Not expecting this fellow to continue standing his ground, sect leader Bai flicked his finger. Pong! A sword chi flew through the air, and before Sun Chang could react, he was already struck in his chest, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. How could he possibly stand against an opponent whom even the demon sink beast and garden owner Shui were no match for? If not for the other parties reluctant to sacrifice his reputation by killing a mere underling, he would have already been killed by now. Damn it! Upon seeing the sight, the eyes of Zheng Yang and the others reddened in anger. Roaring furiously, they charged forward. But given that they haven't even reached half-transcension yet, how could they possibly be a match for a group of consonant spirit realm experts? With just a few flicks of sect leader Bai's finger, they were all already lying on the ground, injured. They had devoted all of their strength, and yet, they couldn't inflict the slightest injury to their enemies. They couldn't help but feel frustrated at their helplessness. All along, under the protection of their teacher, they had been able to cultivate peacefully without any worries. But at this moment, they finally realized that they were nothing without their teacher. In the face of danger, other than dragging him down, they were unable to do anything at all. With his hands behind his back, sect leader Luo Huang spoke impassively. There is a limit to my tolerance. If he were to come out now, I might still consider sparing your lives. I've already said that the young master is in seclusion. No one is to interrupt him now. Sun Chang struggled to his feet and stood before sect leader Luo Huang. Zheng Yang and the others also followed suit. They knew that they weren't a match, but even the slightest time they could stall now would be invaluable for Zhang Xian. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't back down now. Zhang Xian was an important person to them. If the other party wished to cause him any trouble, they would have to step over their corpses to do so. Since you are so intent on dying, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see whether he can continue hiding after his butler and students are dead. Seeing how even a group of ants dared to disregard his authority, sect leader Luo Huang's face darkened, and killing intent appeared on his face. You wish to hide behind your butler and students? Fine, continue doing so then. Let's see how long you can hold out for. Placing his middle finger on his thumb, just as sect leader Luo was about to flick a surge of sword chi toward the group who dared to defy him, he suddenly saw two figures rushing over. The one in front was an elder who exuded a powerful aura. A hint of worry was etched on his glabella. Sect leader Luo, what are you doing? Even before arriving at the residence, the elder roared, and his voice reverberated across the entire residence. Zhang Shi is a master teacher of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance. For you all to charge into his residence and injure his butler and students, is this a declaration of war against the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? His voice was seething with fury. Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master Kong gone. Following behind was a middle-aged man who bore a mark of authority between his brows. With a glance, it was clear that he was a person of great standing. Myriad Kingdom Alliance's alliance head Zhao Feiwu's father. Given how huge of a ruckus this matter had caused, it was impossible for them to be unaware of it. Just that, they never expected for sect leader Luo and so many experts to actually seek trouble with a master teacher who had just passed the 4-star master teacher examination. Even though Zhang Xian had shown outstanding results in the selection round, this was only in terms of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's standard. It didn't make any sense for so many experts to confront him together. Declaration of war? Seeing that Pavilion Master Kong had arrived on the scene, sect leader Luo Huang chuckled lightly and dissipated the sword chi he had gathered on his fingertip. Placing his hands behind his back, he said, Pavilion Master Kong, you're exaggerating the matter. The only reason why we're here is because we've received a complaint regarding Zhang Shi, and we would like to weed out a black sheep sullying the reputation of all master teachers. This has nothing to do with your Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Narrowing his eyes, Pavilion Master Kong questioned, weed out a black sheep? What do you mean by that? Sun Chong and the others were perplexed as well. These fellows had barged in here, demanding to meet Zhang Shi without any reason at all. Yet, all of the sudden, they started talking about weeding out a black sheep. Simple. Someone told us that Zhang Shi has killed his kin, stole his family heirloom, and eradicated his kingdom. Sect leader Luo Huang raised his eyebrows. As a master teacher, without the permission of the Master Teacher Pavilion, he wreaked havoc in a kingdom and toppled its order. As half 5-star master teachers, are we unqualified to question him on this matter? This Pavilion Master Kong was stumped. He had been busy preparing for the Master Teacher Pavilion for the past few months, so he wasn't too sure about the events that transpired in Xinyuan Kingdom. On top of that, Zhao Feiwu had pushed down the matter so very few people knew about it. Luo Qianhong, out of shame, also didn't report this matter to them as well. As such, Pavilion Master Kong was unaware of this matter. Stole a family heirloom? The matter probably isn't as simple as that. Alliance head Zhao had heard the story from his daughter, but thinking nothing much of it, he didn't inquire about the details. Isn't as simple as that? We have an eyewitness here. Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hand, and a single-armed elder walked out from the crowd. Ding Hong, knowing that Zhang Xian was living in this courtyard, his eyes were burning with fury. My grandson, Ding Mu, was killed by Zhang Xian, and he had one of his acquaintances take control of Xinyuan Kingdom. In fact, even my arm was severed by him. It is due to him that I was forced to wander around aimlessly with nowhere to return to. At which, Ding Hong roared furiously, and the only reason for his deranged actions is due to a single relic. Kong Shi's handwritten letter. Kong Shi's handwritten letter? Hearing those words, Pavilion Master Kang's eyebrows twitched. Even though he wasn't too sure what it was, nothing that was related to Kong Shi could be ordinary. Indeed, because of this relic, he destroyed my entire clan. Is this an action befitting of a master teacher? Ding Hong howled. His words were phrased in an extremely misleading manner. Knowing that master teachers had the ability to discern truth from falsehood, he chose to warp the truth in a manner that sounded as if Zhang Xian had done all of this just for Kong Shi's handwritten letter. There was nothing wrong with the details. Everything that had occurred did originate from Kong Shi's handwritten letter, just that the story was presented in a manner biased against Zhang Xian. You're lying. It's your grandson who tried to. Seeing the other party twisting the facts around, Zhang Yang was so furious that if he could, he would have rushed forward to tear Ding Hong apart at this instant. Audacious. Your seniors are talking. A junior like you have no place to be interrupting in our conversation. Before Zheng Yang could finish his words, sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands. Who? A surge of energy gushed toward Zheng Yang, Sun Chong, and the others, sealing their mouths. No matter how much they struggled, they were unable to get a single word out. What are you trying to do? Pavilion Master Kang's face darkened. Nothing much. I just don't want others to be interrupting our conversation. Sect leader Luo Huang gazed at Pavilion Master Kong impassively and asked, You've heard what the other party had said. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, you should be able to easily discern whether this Emperor Ding Hong has lied or not. As long as one's cultivation didn't exceed that of a master teacher by too much, it would be impossible for one to get away with lying blatantly to a master teacher. Given the huge disparity between Pavilion Master Kong and Ding Hong cultivation, it was impossible for Pavilion Master Kong to be unable to discern it if the latter was lying. It was precisely for this reason that the others believed Ding Hong's words regarding Kong Shi's handwritten letter and were willing to go to such extent for it. Pavilion Master Kong was stumped. While this single-armed Emperor Ding Hong's words were emotionally charged, he could sense that the other party's resentment toward Zhang Shi was true. Zhang Shi had killed his grandson and eradicated his kingdom, all because he wanted to obtain Kong Shi's handwritten letter. If it was anything else, Pavilion Master Kong would surely defend Zhang Shi. After all, in the time that he had been with the latter, he had gained some understanding of the latter's personality. If he was a greedy person, he wouldn't have given a middle-tier spirit stone to Ruahuan Gongzi. But Kong Shi's handwritten letter possessed an allure that no master teacher could resist. Could Zhang Shi truly be guilty of this? Seeing the hesitation in Pavilion Master Kang's eyes, sect leader Luo Huang immediately stepped forward and announced, Zhang Xian has disregarded the master teacher moral code and willfully stole, killed, and usurped the authority from a kingdom. On top of that, as half 5-star master teachers, he failed to observe decorum to greet us, and instead, even allowed his subordinate to insult us. Just by this charge of insubordination in itself, we can report to the headquarters to have him stripped of his license and indicted by the Hall of Commandment. His words were infused with a quality that befuddled one's solely unique ability of consonant spirit realm experts that made one inclined to believe his words. This matter surely isn't as simple as it sounds. We should first investigate the matter thoroughly before coming to a conclusion. Even so, Pavilion Master Kong still felt that it was unlikely for Zhang Shi to commit such atrocities. Investigate the matter? Do we even need to investigate it? The truth will become clear once we verify whether Kong Shi's handwritten letter is on him or not. Sect leader Luo Huang flung his sleeves. Pavilion Master Kong was stumped. If Kong Shi's handwritten letter was truly with Zhang Xian, then no amount of explanation could cleanse him of this charge. All right, hurry up and get Zhang Shi out. Are we going to wait all day for him? Frowning, sect leader Luo Huang was in the middle of his words when he suddenly felt an indescribably powerful aura from the heaven. After which, an extremely cold voice that was devoid of the slightest emotion boomed in the area. To justify your plundering so brazenly with blatant lies, the master teachers of Huanyu Empire sure are shameless. At which, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. His robes fluttered like an immortal descending from the heavens. Flight? SSSS Saint? Sect leader Luo Huang and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 565 I pronounce all of you guilty. 2 in 1. Only upon reaching transcendent, mortal 8-dan ethereal treading realm would one be able to step on thin air and ascend. But even so, this flight would be limited to vertical displacement and was temporary. As such, it couldn't be considered as flight. True flight would require one's cultivation to be at half-saint at minimum. Beyond the 9 dawn of a fighter was transcendent mortal, and beyond the 9 dawn of a transcendent mortal was saint. But even a half-saint would only be capable of basic flight. The maneuvers would still be severely restricted. Yet, the person before them was able to walk on air, as though there were transparent steps beneath his feet. As though a haughty deity, he stood in the air, inducing immense fear in those that set their eyes on him. More importantly, that person's aura was so powerful that they couldn't even begin to gauge the limits to his strength. A powerful pressure pressed down on their soul, forcing them to lower their heads in submission. The pressure the other party exerted wasn't just limited to their physical body. It penetrated all the way down into their souls, and as though a mountain crushing down on them, it robbed them of all intent to retaliate. Only one who had surpassed a half-saint, a nascent saint, or even a true saint, would possess such strength. Even in Huanyu Empire was one unable to find a single expert of this caliber. Why would one suddenly appear here? Not to mention, from the looks of it, the other party was speaking up for Zhang Xian. Sect leader Luo Huang and the others felt as though their hearts had been plunged into a lake of frigid water, and their faces turned ghastly pale in fright. Their arrogance from before had faded completely without a trace. They thought that Zhang Xian was an insignificant figure with humble origins. And yet, in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a primordial beast who could rip them apart at any moment. While everyone's knees trembled in fear, Sun Chang's eyes reddened as he uttered, "Old master." Who else could the powerful person stepping in midair be other than his old master, Yang Xian? He had thought that he would truly die in this crisis, but in this crucial moment, the old master had come to their rescue. "This is Yang Shi?" The heavily injured Shui Yao glanced at the middle-aged man standing in midair, and her heart jolted, and her face reddened in agitation. It was no wonder why Sun Chang was so confident. Yang Shi was indeed worthy of his confidence. With a strength exceeding that of even 6-star master teachers, the other party might truly be able to heal her soul and make it complete once more. Su Fan and Ling Yuheng pays respect to Yang Shi. At the moment that the entire courtyard was completely silent, two figures suddenly appeared: Su Shi and Ling Shi. Even though they had received the news at the same moment as Pavilion Master Kong, due to their weaker cultivation, they had arrived late. As soon as they arrived, they immediately saw the majestic sight of Yang Shi appearing from the heavens, and their hearts immediately jolted. They hurriedly clasped their fists and paid their greetings. They had already realized that the other party was at least a 6-star master teacher when they first saw the other party's eye of insight, but even so, it was the first time they were seeing the might of a 6-star master teacher, and it was indeed frightening. It was impossible to even gather the will to resist the other party. "Elder, you're mistaken. That is not what I meant." Calming himself down, sect leader Luo Huang clasped his fist. However, halfway through his words, he suddenly felt a surge of soul energy gushing straight toward him, threatening to tear him apart. Pooh! Spewing a mouthful of blood, he was knocked 8 steps backward. While he didn't suffer significant physical injuries, his soul was already grievously wounded. The soul was different from the body. A wound on the body could be healed by consuming pills and nourishing with one shenqi. However, a soul could only recuperate slowly with time. This injury would require him at least a century to recover completely, and he knew that he didn't have a century ahead of him. With just his soul, the other party was already able to inflict such severe injuries on him, terminating any chance of future progress in his cultivation. Was this the might of a saint? With a pale face, sect leader Luo Huang trembled in fear. After wounding sect leader Luo Huang, the middle-aged man in the sky scanned the area with his cold gaze. "I, Yang Xian, prefer to lead a carefree life, so I rarely involve myself in the matters of the world. I have no interest in the affairs of my juniors, and I can't be bothered with what you do either. But you seem to be taking my nonchalance as a sign of weakness and seek to climb over my head, to attempt to challenge me. Who gave you the guts to do so?" The voice was devoid of any emotions, but it carried irrefutable authority that threatened to crush one if one were to show the slightest defiance. "We dare not to." Sect leader Luo Huang and the others immediately clasped their trembling fists and bowed their heads. Their eyebrows twitched vigorously, and tears were threatening to spill from their eyes. Was this Zhang Xian's teacher? Who was the one said that he was only a half 5-star master teacher? Even a 6-star master teacher wouldn't be as powerful as he was. Dare not to? Then why am I seeing a different picture here? Yang Xian flung his sleeves. "You have already barged into my residence. If I were to remain hidden, Were you going to have my butler and my grandstudents killed? This. Everyone shuddered. Truthfully, they did harbor such thoughts. But if they had known that Zhang Xian's teacher was such a fearsome figure, they would have never made the trip here. We didn't know that they are related to Elder. We beg of you to pardon us for our blindness. Sect leader Luo Huang said through gritted teeth. Didn't know? After all you have said and done, you wish to justify your actions with ignorance? Yang Xin's eyebrows shot up. Panicking, sect leader Luo Huang quickly explained, It's this Ding Hong who looked for us. He said that his family heirloom was stolen by Zhang Shi. At this instant, he was cursing Ding Hong countless times in his heart. If not for this fellow for talking about Kong Shi's handwritten letter and provoking their greed, they would have never been here. If they had never attempted to seek trouble with Zhang Shi, they would have never met with the other party. You were speaking of Kong Shi's handwritten letter? You're right, it's with me. Do you want it? Yang Xian glanced at sect leader Luo Huang coldly. I dare not to. Sect leader Luo Huang replied with a quivering voice. He did want Kong Shi's handwritten letter, but to take it from this fellow? You must be joking. Kong Shi's handwritten letter is a family heirloom of my grandstudent, Chu Chong. This Ding Hong's grandson, Ding Mu, injured him, leaving him in a coma. Out of anger, my student, Zhang Xian, killed him and eradicated the entire Xinyuan Kingdom royal family. To comply with the rules, he conducted a pavilion crashing of the local master-teacher pavilion and cleared all of the required tests. At which, Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. How did it become a willful breach of the master-teacher moral code from your mouth? Under normal circumstances, a master-teacher was to uphold a high level of morality at all times, and destroying a kingdom was a definite taboo. But Zhang Xian did have a compelling reason for his actions, and on top of that, he had obeyed the procedures demanded by the master-teacher pavilion. Even if the headquarters were to investigate it, there would be nothing they could hold against him for it. Sect leader Luo Huang went silent. Given that even Pavilion Master Kong was unaware of the incident, how could he, as a foreigner, possibly know about the ins and outs of it? But still, given that the other party was a saint and a high-rank master-teacher, it was unlikely that he would lie, even on behalf of his student. As a master-teacher, not only did you fail to distinguish right from wrong, you were even willing to shamelessly slander and attack your fellow peer just to fulfill your own greed. With his hands before his back, Yang Xian glanced coldly at sect leader Luo Huang and uttered, I pronounce you guilty. Sect leader Luo Huang's body immediately stiffened. As for sect leader Bai, for laying your hands on my butler and spirit beast and disregarding the honor of a higher-ranked master-teacher, I pronounce you guilty. Yang Xian continued. Sect leader Bai's body swayed weakly as well. He was the one who wounded Sun Chong and the others. At this point, there was nothing he could say in his defense. As the saying goes, assess the owner before beating up his dog. No matter how weak Sun Chong was or how infuriating his words were, he was still the subordinate of a saint. Beating him up was equivalent to humiliating the saint, disregarding a high-rank master-teacher's honor. Scanning through the crowd, Yang Xian declared once again, and all of you, for allowing yourselves to be blinded by falsehood and abusing your authority to fulfill your own greed. I pronounce all of you guilty. Everyone's lips went pale. To be pronounced guilty by a saint meant that there was no way they could make a comeback anymore. After pronouncing everyone guilty, Yang Xian turned around to look at garden owner Shui, who was lying on the ground. Not bad. At such a crucial moment, you were still willing to stand up for your benefactor. I notice that your soul is injured, and it is capping your cultivation. If you acknowledge me as your teacher, I will solve your problem. I can acknowledge you as my teacher? Garden owner Shui's face flushed in agitation. This was a hard-to-come-by opportunity. How could she possibly hesitate at such a moment? She immediately fell to the ground and kowtowed. I, Shui Yao, am willing to come under Yang Shi's tutelage and command. I vow to never go against your words. Yang Xian nodded his head, and raising his finger, he lightly pointed it toward Shui Yao. Who? Garden owner Shui suddenly felt a will diving straight into her head. It was a cultivation technique to heal one's soul. Throughout the years, she had been studying the topic of souls so as to fix her own problem. Even though she wasn't a match for soul oracles, her understanding of souls far surpassed the typical clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle experts by a significant amount. As such, despite having only glanced at the cultivation technique once, she was able to gauge that not only would this technique heal her soul perfectly, it would even help to forge her path forward and allow her to successfully advance to consonant spirit realm. Thank you, Yang Shi. Agitated, she fell to the ground and kowtowed. Could this be soul impartation? Seeing how Yang Xian imparted a cultivation technique to garden owner Shui from midair, sect leader Luo Huang trembled even more vigorously. Soul impartation was a technique that required profound control over one's soul to achieve. Other than the soul oracles of the legends, only 7-star master teachers were capable of such a feat. The person before them was capable of flight, and his aura felt overwhelming powerful. Given that soul oracles had already gone extinct, that would mean that it was likely that he was a 7-star master teacher. A master teacher of that level could be considered as an expert even among fellow saints. If the other party was just a 6-star master teacher, they could still try to talk their way out of it. But 7-star, this was already a level far surpassing their expectations. Zhang Xian's teacher was actually that powerful? Demon Sink Beast. For protecting your owner loyally in the face of danger, you have my commendation. Ignoring the shock in everyone's eyes, Yang Xian turned to the demon Sink Beast, raised his hand, and flicked his finger lightly, sending a surge of zhenqi into the latter's body. Honglong. In the next instant, the demon Sink Beast, as if having consumed a divine pill, released a piercing howl, and its strength surged. At the same time, its soul underwent an evolution as well. A moment later, its growth and its cultivation slowly came to a halt, and an incredibly powerful aura exuded from it. It didn't pale in comparison to sect leader Luo Huang and the others. Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan. Consonant Spirit Realm. After obtaining a surge of zhenqi from Yang Shi, the demon Sink Beast, who had been trapped at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle for many years, immediately achieved a breakthrough and successfully reached consonant spirit realm. Possessing the dragon bloodline, the demon Sink Beast wielded incredible strength and outstanding defensive capability far above its cultivation realm. Even with the strength of a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle, it was able to match a consonant spirit realm primary realm cultivator. At its current strength, even a consonant spirit realm advanced stage cultivator would find it hard to subdue it. To achieve a breakthrough just by receiving a surge of zhenqi, how pure must that zhenqi be? Could he actually be an 8-star master teacher? Sect leader Luo Huang's vision went dark, and his despair intensified. Legend has it that 8-star master teachers would be summoned to the headquarters for an opportunity to further purify their own zhenqi. As such, master teachers of that tier tended to possess extraordinarily pure zhenqi, reaching the level of superior zhenqi. A zhenqi of that tier, when infused into the body of a spirit beast, could easily induce a bloodline evolution, thus allowing it to achieve a breakthrough. With just a surge of zhenqi, this Yang Shi was able to allow the demon Sink Beast to achieve a breakthrough. Not to mention, consonant spirit realm was an extraordinary difficult hurdle to overcome. Indubitably, number 7-star master teacher was capable of such a feat. Most probably, the other party was a bona fide 8-star master teacher. A master teacher of that tier was a behemoth-like existence that could cause the entire Huanyu Empire to collapse with just a stomp of his feet. Realizing this, the faces of all that had come here for Kong Shi's handwritten letter here today twitched, and tears streamed down their face. What the heck was this? They thought that Zhang Xian was just a rookie whom they could bully easily. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect his teacher to be an 8-star master teacher. Before such an expert, even a 6-star master teacher would kneel in deference, needless to say, them. While everyone was about to faint from shock, a distance away from the residence, an elder's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and his lips trembled ceaselessly. It was Hongqian, the 5-star master teacher from Hongfeng Empire who was invited to conduct the master teacher tournament this time around. He was resting in his residence when he heard of this matter. Thus, he immediately rushed over, hoping to mediate this matter when he saw this sight. An 8-star master teacher. The number of them could be counted on one's hands, even across the entire master teacher continent, and every single one of them was an incredible existence that no one could utter their name without deference. Why would such a figure come to such a remote location? I must report this matter to the headquarters. Harboring this thought, Hong Shi took out a palm-sized jade token and wrote the news down. A radiance shone from the jade token, and the words disappeared. Lower-tiered kingdoms depend on the massive communication wall, whereas 5-star master teachers were already granted access to the communication jade token. Through this, they could send messages to the headquarters instantaneously, even from the other side of the world. It wasn't that he was tattling on Yang Shi, but that the appearance of an 8-star master teacher was simply too startling. He didn't dare to hide such news from the headquarters. At that moment, in Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire's Master Teacher Pavilion, Pavilion Master Imo Gaoyuan, a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, was in the midst of conducting his lesson. Along with his words, spiritual energy seemed to naturally gather in the surrounding spirit-gathering dictum. Suddenly, he frowned and flicked his wrist. A jade token appeared in his palm. A master teacher whose ranking seemed to exceed 6-star, Yang Xian? Pavilion Master Imo frowned. While Hong Qian felt that it was likely for Yang Xian to be a 7-star or even 8-star master teacher, he couldn't verify the matter due to his lacking eye of discernment, and he didn't dare to make claims about things he was unsure of. Thus, he chose to write what he had observed instead. Flight, soul impartation, and inducing a breakthrough in a spirit beast with just a surge of Jinqi? After reading the information, Pavilion Master Mo's face turned grim. Based the news that the other party had sent to him, there was a good chance that the other party was an 8-star master teacher. But why would such a high-rank master teacher appear in an unranked empire such as the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? Imo-chun, bring the master teacher registry here. Pavilion Master Imo turned to look at a middle-aged man behind him. His student, 5-star pinnacle master teacher, Imo-chun. Yes. Imo-chun turned around and left. Not too long later, he brought back a book with a texture that greatly resembled jade. Detailed in the Master Teacher Registry was countless names of master teachers all over the continent, and it could be considered as one of the most confidential documents of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Only Pavilion Masters of higher branches had the qualifications to browse through it. Furthermore, the book had been enchanted with a unique formation that disallowed anyone from remembering its contents. Even if one had a photographic memory, he would find himself forgetting everything within the book moments after browsing through it. This was a mechanism created to prevent master teachers from falling into a vulnerable state. Casually opening the book, Pavilion Master Imo began browsing through the pages one line at a time, and it didn't take him too long to finish the book. All master teachers above 6-star have been recorded in the book, but there's no one who goes by the name of Yang Xian. Pavilion Master Imo frowned. If it was just as the other party said, this Yang Xian was definitely a higher-ranked master teacher than him. Even at the minimum, he had to be a 7-star master teacher. But if that was the case, how could his name not be recorded in the master teacher registry? Unless Yang Xian is a pseudo-identity, or else he has never taken any higher-rank examinations in the master teacher pavilion. Recorded in the master teacher registry were the names of those who had taken the master teacher examinations. If the other party had used a false identity, naturally, Pavilion Master Imo wouldn't be able to identify the other party. Otherwise, it would mean that the other party had never taken higher rank examinations. There were also plenty of master teachers preferred to wander around freely and chose not to bother themselves with examinations. Even though they had managed to reach an astounding level of accomplishment as a master teacher, they didn't bother taking the corresponding examinations. Thus, it was possible for some who carried 5-star emblems to actually possess the strength of a 7-star or 8-star master teacher. Perhaps Yang Xian belonged under this category as well. But regardless of which case it is, there is a need for me to check it out. Thinking so, Pavilion Master Imo stood up. Given the might the other party had shown up, he had to pay respects to the other party and check out the matter himself. Imo-chun, bring the Langus Saint Beast here. I'm going to head out. Flinging his sleeves, Pavilion Master Emo kept the master-teacher registry properly before turning around to instruct. Langia Saint Beast was his tamed beast, and its speed was as swift as lightning. In just a single day, it could travel more than 1,000,000 kilometers. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was simply too far away. Even though Pavilion Master Emo was capable of flight, his speed wasn't any faster than a Saint Beast. After bringing the Saint Beast as well, Master Teacher Emo-chan asked, "Where is Teacher going? Do you need me to accompany you as well?" After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Emo replied, "I'm heading to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. You should follow me too." His student was just a step off from reaching 6-star. Since the other party had asked this question, it might be good to bring him along. This way, he could offer some pointers to the other party so that he could reach 6-star faster. The duo both had spatial rings, so there wasn't much for them to pack. Leaping on the back of the Saint Beast, they confirmed the direction of Myriad Kingdom City and set forth. While a 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher from Hongyuan Empire was making his way to Myriad Kingdom City, on the other hand, Sect Leader Luo Huang was trembling in fear. Knowing that it was unlikely for him to be spared, he gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yang Shi. "Senior, I acknowledge my sins, and I'm willing to accept any punishment." Since the other party had already pronounced him guilty, there was nothing else he could do other than seek the other party's verdict. "It's good that you've acknowledged your sins. Everyone here can leave after forking out 20 middle-tier spirit stones. As for Sect Leader Luo and Sect Leader Bai, for audaciously insulting my butler and harming my juniors, I don't wish to dirty my hands, so just kill yourselves." Yang Xian spoke nonchalantly. "Kill ourselves?" Sect Leader Luo Huang and Sect Leader Bai Kaiji's eyebrows twitched violently. They thought that the punishment would just be being stripped out their position or suffering grievous torture. They would have accepted as they did deserve it for daring to offend such a high-rank master teacher. But death would mean the very end. Once they died, there would be nothing left of them. "You want me to commit suicide? Dream on. Even though I, Bai Kaiji, might be weak, I will never do something as foolish as killing myself. Since you are unwilling to do it yourself in consideration of your standing, I'll just pardon myself and farewell." Howling furiously, Sect Leader Bai Kaiji stood up and charged out of the residence. In truth, his thought was simple. As a high-rank master teacher, it was unlikely for the other party to do something beneath him such as killing him. Since that was the case, there should be no qualms about leaving. As long as I manage to leave this area successfully, given how large the world is, there would be nothing for me to worry about. Sneering coldly in his heart, Bai Kaiji swiftly rushed out. Using the most formidable movement technique in White Helios sect in accompaniment with his cultivation as a transcendent mortal 5-Dan consonant spirit realm, he immediately turned into a flash of shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was already out of the residence. Sect Leader Luo Huang and the others clearly didn't expect Sect Leader Bai to refuse to admit his sins and even ran away. In an instant, they were all dumbfounded. To dare to escape beneath the eyelids of an 8-star master teacher. He sure was audacious. But this was indeed a wise decision. If he didn't do so, he would have definitely died here. Since he was already doomed, he might as well grasp onto the final straw of hope and make a gamble. After all, it was indeed unlikely for an 8-star master teacher to actually make a move on his junior personally. Just as the crowd was feeling impressed by Sect Leader Bai's decisiveness, the space before them suddenly blurred. Hong Long, an incomparably powerful might suddenly came crashing down from the sky. Before the escaping sect leader Bai could come to a realization, he was already crushed into a lump of meat. A huge depression of 10 meters radius appeared in his place. And soon, a nonchalant voice sounded. "I've only said that I don't wish to dirty my hands. When did I say that I wouldn't do it myself in consideration of my standing?" Chapter 566, Invincible This. Strong. Hearing that voice and looking at that huge depression before their eyes, all color was flushed out from the faces of those present in the area. At that moment, the entire residence fell deathly silent. Sect Leader Bai wasn't the strongest among them, but he was far from being the weakest. Not to mention, he was known for his speed. Even sect leader Luo Huang would trail far behind him in a race. But, despite his overwhelming speed, he was still killed in less than half a breath. Not to mention, Yang Shi didn't even move in the least. Even though it happened right before them, no one was able to determine how sect leader Bai was killed and how such a huge depression was created. Judging from the might of the move, putting aside sect leader Bai, even if all of them were to team up together, they still wouldn't be able to withstand that attack. Strong. Ridiculously strong. Terrifying. Everyone trembled uncontrollably as fear seeped out from their hearts and grasped their entirety. As Yang Shi had spoken casually to them, they subconsciously relaxed. Only at this very instant did they realize that, despite being half five-star master teachers, they were no different from an ant before the eyes of the other party. Given the other party's strength, even if he were to destroy the entire Huanyu Empire, it was unlikely for the Master Teacher Pavilion to utter a single word of complaint, let alone half five-star master teachers like them. Rules only applied to weaklings. True experts reasoned with their might. With true strength, even the Master Teacher Pavilion would have to take a step back and give in. What had happened before them served as the perfect example. Given that an 8-star Master Teacher was willing to speak nicely to them, they should have just listened obediently. Since sect leader Bai decided to defy him, there was no one he could blame for his own foolishness. To maintain its strength, the Master Teacher Pavilion was also very realistic. It couldn't possibly punish an 8-star Master Teacher just to redress the grievances of a mere half five-star ant. Not to mention, this ant even dared to defy the words of a high-rank Master Teacher. This, in itself, was flouting the rules already. The hierarchy among Master Teachers wasn't just for show. The words of an 8-star Master Teacher were no different from an imperial edict. When commanded to die, one had no choice but to die. To actually dare to defy orders and attempt to run away, aren't you afraid of implicating your family and your sect? If word were to spread, no one would spare him the slightest sympathy. If Master Teachers couldn't even instill discipline and respect among their own ranks, how were they supposed to do the same to the rest of the world? Is that a battle technique or a divine treasure? Pavilion Master Kong and Alliance head Zhao trembled in fear as they stared at the giant depression just outside the residence. Yang Shi had moved way too fast for their eyes to perceive clearly what he had done. Vaguely, they seemed to have seen a golden book suddenly appearing in midair and smashing down on the other party, but everything happened too quickly for them to verify it. After all, they had seen cultivators wielding a sword, spear, saber, and the more remote one's meteor hammer, chain whip, and jagged scissors. But they have never heard of someone wielding a book as a weapon. A book? No matter how thick it was no different from a brick. Not to mention, its texture was also soft, thus making it incapable of harming the physical body of a transcendent mortal. Since that was the case, how could it be used to kill? If the other party had really used a mere book to smash a consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert into minced meat, leaving no grounds for him to react at all, not to mention, creating such a huge depression at that. How strong must he be? In any case, the techniques of a higher existence like the other party were something unfathomable to them. Everyone was astounded by how Yang Shi's killed sect leader Bai in a single move, all except for Wang Ying. She was surprised by the formidable might that Yang Shi had shown as well, but what that had truly stunned her was something else that she had noticed. With a weak personality, she didn't stand out against Zhang Xian's other students. However, she had a meticulous personality that compelled her to pay attention to every slightest detail. This was also the reason why she could keep up with the others despite her lower talent. As such, she had grasped the cultivation and battle techniques which Zhang Shi imparted her very thoroughly. Wang Ying, Sun Chong, Zheng Yang, and the others had seen Zhang Shi using this technique before, and given that Yang Shi was Zhang Shi's teacher, it wasn't too surprising for him to be capable of the same technique as well. But Wang Ying clearly noticed that, when Yang Shi executed the technique, his movements were exactly the same as Zhang Shi's, just that the former was significantly faster in his movements. That day, upon seeing Lu Chong being stabbed by the other party, Zhang Shi, out of rage, threw out a golden book and smashed the enemies who tried to them harm into minced meat. and his movements were precise the same as Yang Shi's at this moment. Even when executing the same battle technique, everyone had their own quirks that couldn't be copied by another. It was similar to how an apprentice cook couldn't possibly cook a dish with the exact same appearance and flavor as his teacher. For both of their actions to be identical, there was only one explanation. That was that the both of them were the same person. Wang Ying began examining Yang Shi thoroughly, and upon catching sight of something, she clasped her mouth in shock. No doubt, the person standing in the air had many differences from Zhang Shi, be it his appearance and his clothing. Logically speaking, Wang Ying should have been unable to determine anything at all. However, she saw a faint grayish mark around Yang Shi's neck. Back then, in the Soul Oracle tomb, Zhang Shi had his neck grabbed by a Mo Hunsheng. And even though he managed to reverse the situation then, the encounter had left a grayish mark on his neck. 2 months had passed since then, and the grayish mark had fainted to the point that it was nearly imperceptible. Even so, if one were to pay careful attention, one could still see the rough outline of it. And just a moment ago, when she met Zhang Shi, she saw the very same mark on him. And the location was completely identical. For Yang Shi to share Zhang Shi's mark, and for the both of them to share the exact same techniques. Furthermore, it seemed like Yang Shi and Zhang Shi had never appeared together before. Could it be that Yang Shi was Zhang Shi? While it was inconceivable, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, Zhang Shi had disguised himself as Lu Shi before, and it took her a long while before she managed to notice anything at all. Shocked, Wang Ying's body began to sway weakly. Of course, no one noticed what was going through the mind of Wang Ying. Even if they noticed the shock on her face, they would have attributed it to the astounding means Yang Shi had displayed. At this moment, everyone's faces were inhumanly pale, and they dared not utter a single word for fear to bringing Yang Shi's wrath upon them. I was foolish to allow the greed for Kong Shi's handwritten letter to blind my morals. I deserve to die. Seeing how not even the corpse of sect leader Bai remained, sect leader Luo Huang resigned himself to his fate. Since Yang Shi was willing to make a move against sect leader Bai, he didn't think that he would be an exception. Rather than defying the other party and potentially bringing wrath upon his family and sect, he might as well give it up. Gritting his teeth, sect leader Luo Huang raised his head, and with determination gleaming in his eyes, he said, "I hope that Yang Shi can spare our fleeting cloud sect and my student after my death. This entire operation was an initiative of my own, and they played no part in this. It was nothing much for him to die. What was more important was for the fleeting cloud sect to not be implicated by this matter. If he were to anger the other party, and the other party directed his wrath toward the fleeting cloud sect, it would be too late for regrets." Teacher. Hearing his teacher resigning himself to his fate and pleading on his behalf, Luo Xian panicked. He had already recovered from the injury he had sustained from being crushed by the demon sink beast, and thus, he followed the group along for this operation. But he never expected to see an 8-star master teacher in action. "There's no need to speak any further. Have Elder Wang inherit my position after my death." Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape from this, sect leader Luo Huang calmed down instead and started to delegate his will. Teacher. Unwilling to see his teacher die, Luo Huang gritted his teeth. Mustering his courage, he walked forward and clasped his fist. "Yang Shi, since the rest of us can redeem for our sins by paying spirit stones, can our fleeting cloud sect exchange for my teacher's life by paying 100 middle-tier spirit stones?" "What rubbish are you spouting?" Hearing his disciple speaking such words, sect leader Luo Huang immediately rushed forward to stop him. The other party was an 8-star master teacher. The only reason why he gave such an alternative instead of killing all of them was probably only because he was unwilling to see so many fellow master teachers dying at once. Do you really think that an expert of the other party's caliber would actually care about that little bit of middle-tier spirit stones? Putting aside middle-tier spirit stones, even high-tier spirit stones and top-tier spirit stones might not even move him. To buy my life with just mere spirit stones. How could the other party possibly compromise with such an offering? The words of an 8-star master teacher were as good as law. Not even a 7-star master teacher could possibly hope to sway the decisions an 8-star master teacher made. To expect to do so with mere middle-tier spirit stones. If it could be resolved that easily, sect leader Bai wouldn't have taken such a huge gamble, only to end up as meat paste. Just as he thought that his student was being immature at such a crucial timing and was about to knock the idea off his head, the figure in the air suddenly spoke nonchalantly, "Make it 150 middle-tier spirit stones, and I can spare his life." What? For an instant, sect leader Luo Huang thought that he was hearing things. My life is only worth 150 middle-tier spirit stones. Middle-tier spirit stones were indeed precious, but given the huge wealth the fleeting cloud sect had accumulated over the years, it wasn't too difficult for them to fork out such a sum. After all, they had won the championship of the Master Teacher Tournament on many occasions. Just the prize they had earned was already extremely fearsome. Not to mention, the sales of half 5-star Master Teacher long-range tutelage jade tokens was also a good source of income. Middle-tier spirit stones were indeed precious, but how could it be compared to his life as the sect leader? But the other party actually agreed to such a trade? While he was overwhelmed with disbelief, Yang Shi's dissatisfied voice sounded from the air. "Why? Are you reluctant to pay? If that's the case, just kill yourself." "We're willing to pay. We're willing to pay." Only at this moment could he confirm that it was all true. How could he possibly hesitate at such a crucial juncture? Flinging his wrist, he took out a pile of middle-tier spirit stones, and in an instant, the spiritual energy in the air intensified. 150 middle-tier spirit stones, not one more, not one less. In the air, Yang Shi nodded his head and satisfied. Closing his palm, the middle-tier spirit stones flew into his storage ring. "All right, you're spared. As for the others, pay the spirit stones and scram." Yes. After paying 20 middle-tier spirit stones each, everyone rushed out of the residence as though frightened animals in a stampede. Only when they were out of the residence did they heave a sigh of relief. They subconsciously glanced at the huge depression at the entrance, and a bizarre expression crept onto their faces. Cough cough. Sect leader Bai Shi died a wrongful death. If he had known earlier that he could buy his life with spirit stones, he would have surely never done something as foolish as that. To be reduced to meat paste over mere spirit stones. If his soul was looking at this sight, rivers would surely be spilling from his eyes at this very instant. But still, who could have thought that a life of a sect leader would only be worth 150 middle-tier spirit stones? That was a value even lower than a consonant spirit realm spirit beast. What in the world was this? Even so, from this, they could tell that Yang Shi truly didn't care about their lives. Indeed, how could the life and death of a bunch of ants possibly interest him? Similarly, they wouldn't have been particularly concerned about the life and death of a mere 1-star master teacher as well. After walking a safe distance away, sect leader Luo Huang heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his disciple, Luo Xian, after returning, strictly warn all disciples against offending Zhang Shi, his students, and even the common populace of Myriad Kingdom City regardless of the situation. Yang Shi isn't a person we can offend. Not even Huanyu Empire and Hongyuan Empire can afford to get on his bad side as well. Putting aside his rank as a master teacher, just his cultivation itself would make him, even in the territory of a conferred empire, invincible. Chapter 567, Transcendent, Mortal 3 Dan, Pinnacle 2 and 1 Invincible? In the territory of a conferred empire, invincible? Luo Xin's body stiffened, and his face went pale in fright. Similar to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the Fleeting Cloud sect, as a whole, was an unranked empire as well. Above them was Huanyu Tier 2 Empire, followed by Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, and finally, Conferred Empire. In other words, this Yang Shi was an invincible existence even in an empire 3 levels higher than theirs. It was no wonder why he didn't care for their lives at all. An expert of that level did possess the qualification to look down on them. After recovering from the shock, Luo Xian asked, "Teacher, what about Kong Shi's handwritten letter?" Their main purpose here was to secure Kong Shi's handwritten letter. But given the other party's immense might, it would surely be impossible for them to steal it from him. So what else could they do next? You'd better forget about the matter regarding Kong Shi's handwritten letter. It is best not to get involved in matters concerning high-tier master teachers, or else it could bring a huge catastrophe to our sect. Sect leader Luo Huang instructed gravely. To live in this world, one had to know their place. If Yang Xian was only a half five-star master teacher, or even a five-star master teacher, even if they couldn't obtain the letter, they would surely spread the news around so that he wouldn't be granted peace. But given that the other party was an 8-star master teacher, if they were to get on his bad side, that would really spell a disaster. It was an unspoken rule to never speak of the affairs of high-ranked master teachers. Even the master teacher pavilion would step forward to silence them if they dared to say anything unseemly about Yang Shi. A master teacher of that level was a precious asset to the master teacher pavilion. It would be wise to feign ignorance of the matter unless one was tired of living. Yes, Luo Xian hurriedly nodded his head. Just as the saying goes, a retainer should never gossip about their emperor. To gossip about one's superior was insubordination in itself, and in the strict hierarchy of master teachers, that could possibly warrant death. Also, from today onward, try to avoid contact with those from White Helios sect. They are already done for, sect leader Luo Huang said. White Helios sect was another gigantic sect of a similar scale to their fleeting cloud sect. In fact, there was a chance that the other party might overtake them in the near future to become the strongest power among the 28 regional powers. But it was a pity that they offended Yang Shi, and their sect leader was killed. Even if Yang Shi was magnanimous enough to spare the White Helios sect, the other sects would still try to avoid them for fear of getting on Yang Shi's bad side. In fact, there might even be some, especially their enemies, who would make use of this opportunity to get even with them. It probably wouldn't take long for them to be split among the other powers and disappear in the annals of history. This was the influence that a high-tier master teacher possessed. Every single action of theirs could easily cause a chain effect. In fact, even if Yang Shi didn't make a move, just a word of his could make the other sects charge forward and tear him and sect leader by apart. It was precisely the reason why he was willing to sacrifice himself just to have Yang Shi's word to spare his sect. As long as Yang Shi expressed his agreement to the matter, the other sects, in deference to Yang Shi, wouldn't dare go that far. After all, if Yang Shi had agreed to sparing the fleeting cloud sect, an attack on them would mean defying Yang Shi, and that was no different from courting death. The same scene was also occurring in the other sections. The pressure from Yang Shi's appearance was simply too great. Even if they wanted to spread rumors about Kong Shi's handwritten letter, Huanyu Empire Master Teacher Pavilion would surely stop and silence them. In the courtyard, everything regained calmness once more. The 14 powers who had come haughtily all ended up leaving with their heads lowered after paying 20 middle-tier spirit stones each. Yang Shi, looking at the expert in the air, Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others bowed respectfully. You've done well. I'll go to your branch to conduct a lesson when I'm free. Yang Shi nodded his head in satisfaction. Thank you, Yang Shi. Hearing the promise, Pavilion Master Kong and the others were delighted. That was possibly an 8-star master teacher. A single lesson of his could possibly save years of needless effort from their part. All right, you all should leave for now. After making the promise, Yang Shi casually waved them away. Yes. Hurriedly nodding their heads, Pavilion Master Kong, Alliance Head Zhao, and the others were about to leave when Yang Shi suddenly instructed, wait a moment. Free their bindings first before leaving. Zheng Yang, Sun Chong, and the others' mouths had been bound by sect leader Luo Huang Xinqi for trying to explain Zhang Shi's actions. Not expecting the formidable Yang Shi to ask them to solve something so simple, Pavilion Master Kong and the others were stunned for a moment. Even so, they stepped forward and freed the few people of their restraints and fed them pills to heal their injuries. After all was done, they clasped their fists and bowed. We'll be taking our leave then. Yang Shi nodded with his head tilted upward, seemingly thinking of something deep and profound. Then, with an unfathomable expression, he placed his hands behind his back and started walking toward the distance. Expert. This is a true expert. Seeing the other party's disposition and means, Pavilion Master Kong and Alliance Head Zhao found themselves filled with awe for him. If this didn't constitute as an expert, Nothing in the world could. Despite being a high-rank master teacher, Yang Shi didn't abuse his authority and strength and, instead, remained humble and magnanimous. Even though the other party had already barged into his residence, he allowed them to leave after paying some middle-tier spirit stones. And after all was done, he flung his sleeves and left freely, caring not for the matters of the secular world. At this moment, all they felt for the other party was endless respect and awe. They bowed to see the other party off when they suddenly heard the sound of something falling from the sky. Sounds reminiscent of Putong and Aya could be heard. It seemed like someone had fallen from the sky. They quickly raised their gazes to look around, but Yang Shi had already disappeared. All that was left was an endless blue sky. Did Yang Shi just fall down? The few of them glanced at one another in disbelief. The person who had just fallen from the sky couldn't possibly be Yang Shi, right? But as soon as this idea popped into their mind, they immediately shook their heads. You must be joking. Yang Shi was very possibly an 8-star master teacher. At that level of cultivation, even an entire day of flight wouldn't result in his exhaustion. How could he possibly suddenly fall from the sky? He must have moved too fast such that he had disappeared from their eyes. After reasoning it out within themselves, they hurriedly left the area. To think that the old master would be so formidable. Grand Teacher is indeed incredible. After the departure of the few people, the courtyard fell silent. Sun Chong, Zheng Yang, and the others were still relishing in the excitement from watching Yang Shi's incredible show of strength. Only Wang Ying rushed straight into the courtyard anxiously. While everyone had been busy recuperating from their injuries, her eyes were fixated on Yang Shi, and she saw how his face paled and fell from the sky. If the other party was truly an 8-star master teacher, how could he possibly get exhausted by that short moment of flight and fall from the sky? Zhang Shi must have used some sort of unique method to push himself so as to resolve the crisis. Upon rushing into the inner courtyard, she glanced at the area where Yang Shi fell toward and saw a slight depression on the ground around the size of a head. Most likely, the other party must have crashed into the ground head first. But why wasn't there anyone around? Where is he? After overexerting himself and falling from a high altitude, the other party must be injured. But why wasn't he around? Wang Ying was worried. Wang Ying, what are you doing here instead of channeling the medicinal energy from the pill to heal your wounds? Just as Wang Ying was about to continue searching, a nonchalant voice sounded. Turning around, she saw Zhang Shi standing not too far away with a frown on his face. With a flushed face, Wang Ying hurriedly explained, Teacher, I seem to have seen Yang Shi falling from the sky, and in fear that he might be injured, I came over to take a look. Injured? You must be jesting. How could a person of my teacher's caliber get injured? Frowning, Zhang Shi waved his hands casually. All right, you should leave and focus on your recuperation. I'm currently discussing Lu Chang's issue with teacher, and I don't wish to be interrupted. Yes, teacher. Seeing that Zhang Shi's clothes were completely intact, devoid of any signs that he had just fallen from the sky, Wang Ying could only clasp her fist and leave. She was truly perplexed by this bizarreness. Was she really mistaken? Were Yang Shi and Zhang Shi two different people? Otherwise, how could Zhang Shi possibly be completely fine after falling from the sky, to the extent that there wasn't the slightest disturbance in his jinqi? Gritting her teeth, Wang Ying thought confidently, even if I'm mistaken about this matter, I'm certain about the mark mo hunching left on teacher's neck. She had made sure to verify the mark multiple times previously, and she was certain of it. Even if she failed to prove anything this time, she was confident of her conjecture. I should try to look for teacher the next time Yang Shi appears, Wang Ying thought. Since Zhang Shi refused to admit the matter, it would be inappropriate for her to ask about it. The only way she could verify her theory was to confirm that Zhang Shi was absent whenever Yang Shi was around. If she could prove that, then there was high chance that they were the same person. By then, Zhang Shi wouldn't be able to refute her argument anymore. With such a thought, Wang Ying left. As soon as she left, Zhang Xian immediately smiled bitterly and returned to his room. If Wang Ying was still present at this moment, she would surely be able to verify that Yang Shi and Zhang Shi were the same person from his back view. That's because the back of Zhang Shi's head was cloaked with dust. In fact, even his pants were completely soiled. If not for the stone pillars hiding his figure, he would have surely been exposed. Returning to the room, Zhang Xian quickly changed his clothes, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Wang Ying's conjecture was spot on. Yang Shi was indeed him. If he had appeared as Zhang Xian just now, it was likely that a fight would have broken out. Given his current cultivation realm, he wouldn't be a match for all of those experts. Left without a choice, he could disguise himself and appear as Yang Shi. As for the powerful aura he exuded, that mainly came from Emo Huncheng. After being trapped in the Nine Hearts Lotus for so many years, the other party's grasp over his cultivation became weak, and the only thing impressive about him at the moment was his disposition. But in this situation, it happened to be what Zhang Xian needed the most. Due to the other party's accumulation over the years, the powerful aura the other party's soul exuded was comparable to even a half-saint. On top of that, in order to further convince the crowd of his cultivation, Zhang Xian appeared from the skies. From the very start, everyone was already convinced that he was a saint, and that was the main reason why he wasn't exposed. As for sect leader Luo Huang's injuries, it was caused by Zhang Xian's ability as a soul oracle. His current soul cultivation was at transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle. While it would be hard for him to match the other party in a straightforward fight, in a battle of souls, Zhang Xian would never lose to the other party. After all, a consonant spirit realm expert would have barely started the cultivation of his soul. There was no way a novice soul could match up to a powerful soul which had even been tempered by the Yin-Yang Lake. But still, if sect leader Luo Huang had retaliated, Zhang Xian's attack might have collapsed, and he would be exposed. It was fortunate the impression of Yang Shi's invincibility as a saint had been deeply imprinted into sect leader Luo Huang's mind, thus making him dare not retaliate at all for fear of inducing the other party's wrath. As for the soul impartation afterward, while it did look formidable, it was actually rather simple. Back then, Emo Huncheng had also transferred the soul cultivation techniques to him via the same method, and after grasping it, it wasn't too difficult for him to do the same to Shui Yao as well. And regarding the Demon Sync Beast's breakthrough, it was something he had done on many occasions before. Everything was perfect, and the only flaw was the red dust heaven ascending steps. Even with his higher cultivation and Jinqi capacity, he could still only sustain flight for 10 minutes or so. Naturally, the reason why he fell vertically down was due to his Jinqi being sap dry. It was fortunate that no one noticed it. Otherwise, all of his effort from before would have gone to waste. Sigh, what is this? It was just a moment ago that he inspired everyone's awe and fear. Yet, the next instant, he ended up crashing into the ground and nearly spewing blood. The huge contrast between the two left Zhang Xian dismal. The red dust heaven ascending step was indeed formidable, and being able to fly was something to rejoice about. However, during its course of activation, one was unable to sense the amount of Zhenqi one had left, thus creating a high tendency for one to abruptly fall from the sky. It was fortunate that Zhang Xian was able to sustain all the way to the end. Otherwise, if he were to fall in the midst of threatening the others, it would have been hard to explain himself. Looks like Wang Ying managed to see through my disguise. Recalling how Wang Ying rushed into the inner courtyard and the doubt on her face, Zhang Xian shook his head. Given that Wang Ying noticed something as well, there was a good chance that the others might have noticed something as well. If others were to learn that the unparalleled Yang Shi was just a made-up character, the group from before would surely return to cripple him. Looks like I should forge my clone soon. With a clone, I would be able to appear simultaneously in both identities, and no one will doubt me anymore. Zhang Xian clasped his fists tightly. He had learnt the soul-severing technique from Emo Huncheng, and using the Nine Hearts Lotus as the foundation, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to forge a clone. However, it would require vast amount of spiritual energy for him to do so, and thus, he had been putting off the matter. However, with at least 600 middle-tier spirit stones in his possession at the moment, he could afford such expenditure already. I should raise my cultivation first. The Nine Hearts Lotus hadn't matured yet, and the best way to induce its maturity was through vast quantity of Heaven's Path Jinqi. With so many middle-tier spirit stones in his hand now, that wasn't a problem. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the spirit-gathering formation plate, activated it, and sat in the middle of the formation, following which he casually threw out a dozen of middle-tier spirit stones and began driving the heaven's path divine art. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings began rushing into his body. The overwhelming spiritual energy flowing through his body left Zhang Xian with an indescribably soothing sensation, and warm tears gathered in his eyes. In the past 2 months, he had been suffering from a huge shortage of spirit stones, resulting in a huge need for him to be thrifty. This was the first time he could afford to cultivate so extravagantly. It seemed like there was a need for him to extort from those fellows a few more times in the future. After all, he would surely need even more spirit stones in the future. Hong Long Long. Under the surge of spiritual energy, his consumed zhenqi was swiftly replenished, and soon, with a slight buzzing sound, he reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle. But Zhang Xian didn't just stop there. Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle. Yin-Yang Realm Primary Stage. Yin-Yang Realm Pinnacle. 2 hours later, Zhang Xian successfully reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle. His zhenqi strength totaled up to 1 million ding, which was 200,000 ding greater than other Yin-Yang Realm Pinnacle cultivators. That was already comparable to a Clarifying Turbidity Realm Primary Stage cultivator. Ordinary Yin-Yang Realm Primary Stage cultivators possess a strength of 500,000 ding, Intermediate Stage 600,000 ding, Advanced Stage 700,000 ding, and Pinnacle 800,000 ding. Clarifying Turbidity Realm Primary Stage cultivators start with 1 million ding, Intermediate Stage 1,200,000 ding, Advanced Stage 1,400,000 ding, and Pinnacle 1,600,000 ding. Adding the strength of 1,600,000 ding derived from his soul cultivation, the maximum strength he could wield at the moment was a hulking 2,600,000 ding. With this strength, he could even match a Consonant Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage expert. Consonant Spirit Realm Primary Stage 2 million ding, Intermediate Stage 2,400,000 ding, Advanced Stage 2,800,000 ding, and Pinnacle 3,200,000 ding. That was something completely unheard of. Now, I should nurture the 9 Hearts Lotus. As Zhang Xian didn't have sufficient Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan cultivation techniques to form the corresponding complete Heaven's Path divine art, he could only stop here. Thus, flicking his wrist, he took out the 9 Hearts Lotus, grabbed it, and began infusing huge amount of zhenqi in. Don't kill me. But as soon as zhenqi seeped into the lotus, a sound reminiscent of a pig being butchered echoed in the air. Mo Hunsheng. Pardon me. I forgot your existence. Too anxious to nurture the lotus to maturity, Zhang Xian forgot that the fellow hiding in the lotus was particularly fearful of Heaven's Path zhenqi. Mo Hunsheng was in tears. I had just expended myself to save you, and you actually forgot about me so quickly? How heartless can you be? Don't worry. I'll pull you out now, Zhang Xian said sheepishly. As long as Mo Hunsheng remained in the lotus, he wouldn't be able to drive the lotus's maturity with his zhenqi. As a 6-star soul oracle, Mo Hunsheng would be able to survive for a very long time out of the lotus. Otherwise, Zhang Xian could also loan him the soulless metal humanoid to house his soul. As for how he should get Mo Hunsheng out, Zhang Xian had already thought of an idea. Since the other party needed a soul to take his place so that he could escape, he would just have to make one for him. Soul severing technique. Seated cross-legged, Zhang Xian drew his soul out. Then, following the method which Mo Hunsheng taught him beforehand, he began splitting his soul in 2. Since there was no other soul he could use, he would just have to use his own. Furthermore, it just so happened that Zhang Xian wanted to use the 9 Hearts Lotus to forge a clone. A portion of his soul would have to enter the 9 Hearts Lotus eventually, so this wasn't a problem at all. Absorbing the dense spiritual energy from the surroundings, Zhang Xian slowly tore his soul into 2. The severing of a soul was, in essence, no different from tearing one's body into 2. The pain that one had to suffer during the process was unimaginable. Furthermore, it was an extremely risky technique. The slightest mistake could possibly result in the dissipation of one's soul. If not for having brought the technique up to the level of Heaven's Path, he would have surely dared not cultivate this technique. The success rate was simply too low. Back then, it had taken astounding luck on Imo Huansheng's part to successfully split his soul in two. Soon, the 3 meters large soul was severed into 2 human-sized ones. Done. After severing his soul, Zhang Xian had one portion return back to his physical body before exhaling deeply. At his moment, his face was incomparably white. Most probably, I won't be able to utilize my soul energy for a period of time. This was unlike what he did in the case of Lu Chong, where he only needed to sever a small portion of it. This time, his soul was divided in 2. It would take at least 2 months for him to recover to his original condition. He had to avoid using his soul energy during this period of time, or else he would risk aggravating his injuries. Chapter 568. Forging the clone, but still, it was all worth it. His soul was divided into 2, but he could sense the consciousness of the 2, as though his existence had been split in 2. Even though his fighting prowess had gone down for the time being, once he recovers, his strength would increase greatly. Furthermore, given that both minds were linked, and they could communicate via mere thoughts, once they collaborate together, the strength wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With perfect teamwork, it could easily be 3, 4, or even higher. On top of that, the severed soul was capable of cultivating as well. As time passed, it would only grow stronger and stronger. Time to begin. The soul glanced at the original body and smiled faintly before dashing into the 9 hearts lotus. As soon as it approached the lotus, it immediately felt an overwhelmingly powerful suction force pulling it into a dark space. Master! After the soul steadied itself, Zhang Xian saw a middle-aged man standing not too far away. The middle-aged man clasped his fist and greeted the soul respectfully. Imo Hunsheng. Considering how that fellow was a 6-star soul oracle and how long he had lived, Zhang Xian thought that the other party would be an elderly with white hair and beard. Yet, to his surprise, the other party looked like a fragile scholar instead. Having signed the soul contract, even though Imo Hunsheng had successfully escaped from the 9 hearts lotus, he was still Zhang Shi's subordinate. If he were to harbor the slightest thought of defiance, Zhang Shi could easily crush him with a thought. Is this your original appearance? Zhang Xian's divided soul asked. As an intangible existence, souls could be morphed to take on any shape. Yes, the soul of a soul oracle retains the appearance it had when it was first drawn from the body. This appearance of mine will still remain the same even if I live for another 10,000 years, Imo Hunsheng replied. While souls could be morphed into countless shapes, they would still have a default appearance, which was the form of the body when the soul was first drawn from the body. I'm here to replace you. You can leave now. The severed soul waved his hand. However, I can't find a suitable body for you at the moment. You can possess the soulless metal humanoid for the time being. Once I find a physical body suitable for you, I'll allow you to possess it. While Imo Hunsheng was powerful enough to exist outside in his soul form, as time passed, he would still suffer from the 5 declines and grow weaker. The only way to prevent that was for him to possess a suitable body. As a master teacher, Zhang Xian couldn't possibly allow his subordinate to possess any innocent bystander. Thus, he could only have the other party possess the soulless metal humanoid for the time being. As the soulless metal humanoid was a body forged specially for the use of soul oracles, diving in and out of it wouldn't incur the possession decline. It's no problem. As long as I can leave this darn place, I'm willing to stay anywhere. Imo Hunsheng nodded his head excitedly. He was about to be driven mad from being trapped here for several 10,000 years. As long as he could escape this place, he didn't mind possessing the soulless metal humanoid for the time being. Besides, Zhang Shi had also promised to find a fitting body for him to possess too. There was nothing for him to hesitate for. I'll be heading out first then. With a bright glow from his soul, Imo Hunsheng dashed out of the 9 hearts lotus. Seemingly realized that Imo Hunsheng was about to leave, a powerful energy lurking in the dark space crept toward him in an attempt to keep him here. However, Zhang Xian's severed soul harumphed and blocked its path. The energy was halted for a split moment, and making use of this opportunity, Imo Hunching leaped out of the Nine Hearts Lotus and appeared in the outside world. "You're out." Zhang Xian glanced at him. Yes. Having regained his freedom, Imo Hunching glanced at his surroundings in agitation. "You should enter the soulless metal humanoid for the time being." With a slight smile, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a coffin housing a soulless metal humanoid. Nodding his head, Imo Hunching opened the coffin and dived into the soulless metal humanoid. The next moment, the eyes of the soulless metal humanoid opened, and it stood up. "Master!" A human-height puppet walked toward Zhang Xian and bowed grandly, as though a valiant commander greeting his superior. "You should call me young master like the others." Zhang Xian waved his hands. "Yes, young master." The humanoid clasped his fist. Glancing at the humanoid, Zhang Xian asked, "How strong are you at the moment, and how much of your strength can you exert at the moment?" Given Imo Hunching's powerful cultivation, there was a good chance that the other party was more powerful than him now that he was freed from the Nine Hearts Lotus, even when he was within the soulless metal humanoid. "I was the one who crafted these soulless metal humanoids, so I can bring out almost 100% of my strength in them." Imo Hunching replied. 100%? Meaning, you can bring out the full strength of a transcendent mortal nine-dan expert? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The other party was only inches away from achieving the breakthrough to half-saint before he was trapped in the Nine Hearts Lotus. Even though he had expended much of his soul energy throughout the years, he was still able to retain his cultivation of transcendent mortal nine-dan. Didn't this mean that he had a transcendent mortal nine-dan subordinate beside him now? With such an expert, even without Yang Shi's presence, no one would dare to cause him any trouble. Imo Hunching nodded. "Not bad. For the time being, guard the entrance and don't allow anyone to enter. I'm going to forge my clone, and I don't want anyone to interrupt me," Zhang Xian instructed. Imo Hunching nodded and left the room. After which, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the Nine Hearts Lotus, and a serious expression appeared on his face. "Time to start." With a flick of his finger, a surge of Zhenqi gushed into the Nine Hearts Lotus. The Heaven's Path Zhenqi was deadly to Imo Hunching due to the imperfections of his soul-guiding method, but Zhang Xian's severed soul didn't possess such weakness. As Zhang Xian pumped his Zhenqi into the Nine Hearts Lotus, its black surface gradually turned white. This showed that it was gradually maturing. The lotus required a vast quantity of Heaven's Path Zhenqi to mature, but fortunately, Zhang Xian had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones on hand. After a period of time, with a light jolt, the last shred of darkness disappeared from the surface of the lotus, resulting in a perfectly milky white appearance. As expected of a god artifact, with just a glance, Zhang Xian felt a jolt run through his body, and he couldn't help but feel allured by the Nine Hearts Lotus. Previously, the lotus was as black as ink, similar to a demonic tool. However, at this instant, it felt like a treasure that had come from the highest heavens, an inviolable item. Every single aspect of it spelled extraordinary. He could foresee that if its existence were to be made known to the public, a huge fight for it would occur. Even 7-star or 8-star master teachers would find themselves unable to hold back their greed. After all, master teachers were still mortals as well. Unlike true saints, they possessed worldly desires and experienced negative emotions too. Even the wise Kong Shi had once destroyed an entire kingdom out of rage when his student was killed. Needless to say, others forge. Knowing how precious this item was, Zhang Xian decided to get it done as soon as possible. Thus, without any hesitation, he grabbed the lotus and infused a surge of Zhenqi into it. Imo Hunching had imparted the way of forging a physical body to him, and it wasn't a very complicated process. He enveloped the entire lotus with his Zhenqi to facilitate the fusing of his severed soul along with the lotus. At the same time, the Zhenqi also tempered the lotus, and slowly, a flawless body was being formed. After some time, the severed soul had fused perfectly with the body, and the formation of the body was complete. Slowly, the pair of eyes on the body opened. Done. Seeing his clone getting to his feet, Zhang Xian smiled in delight. Two pair of eyes in the room stared at one another, and Zhang Xian suddenly felt a very peculiar sensation. It was as if he was looking into a mirror. At a moment, it felt as though he was the other party, and in the next, it felt as though the other party was him. As the clone was forged from his soul, it shared the same consciousness as the original body. In fact, even the knowledge and battle techniques they cultivated were shared as well. In other words, if the clone were to read through a book, the original body would learn the same knowledge as well. But of course, this was all there was to it. The cultivation of the two of them was still separate. Currently, the clone is still in its nascent form. The bulk of his cultivation consists from my severed soul. I should first raise its cultivation first. The newborn clone possessed no strength whatsoever even if it did. It mainly originated from the soul fused into the body. It had to start its cultivating its junshi from scratch. After wearing clothes, the clone sat at the center of the spirit-gathering formation formed by the formation plate. Jai. The clone began cultivating according to the Heaven's Path divine art. A moment later, Zhang Xian frowned. He had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art before, and he was very familiar with it. Yet, why was his clone unable to do the same? The moment his clone tried to do so, an immense pressure would push down on it, threatening to reduce the body into dust if he were to push on. A conjecture appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. Could it be that, other than my original body, no one else can cultivate Heaven's Path divine art, not even my clone? He did try to impart the complete Heaven's Path divine art to his students before, but none of them had been able to cultivate it for some reason. Left with no choice, he could only modify it or introduce a few minor flaws into the technique. He thought that it might just be a matter of level of comprehension, but from the looks of it now, given that his clone shared the same consciousness as him, that wasn't the case. This might have something to do with the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian thought. The Library of Heaven's Path had been accompanying him since his rebirth. Perhaps it was only because of its existence that he was able to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art. On the other hand, his clone, even though it was sharing his soul, due to the non-existence of the Library of Heaven's Path to it, was unable to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art. Most likely, the Library of Heaven's Path was a loophole in the world in itself. The heavens would never allow anyone to peer into its essence, and the very concept of perfection is non-existent in the world. This is a law of the world, and those who attempted to break it would find themselves hindered. Since it's impossible, I just have to modify it then. Since Heaven's Path divine art was out of question, Zhang Xian would have to introduce some minor flaws into it. He had done the same for Zhao Ya and the others as well, so it wasn't too difficult for him to do so. Cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art with some minor flaws introduced, the clone could finally circulate his junshi smoothly without any hiccups, and his aura began growing more and more powerful as his cultivation surged. As expected of a physical body forged by a god artifact, the cultivation speed of Zhao Ya and the others couldn't begin to compare with it. In just 3 short days, it progressed all the way from Fighter 1-Dan Jushi realm to Transcendent Mortal 3-Dan Inyang realm pinnacle. In other words, the clone possessed strength equivalent to him now. While part of the reason was due to there being sufficient spirit stones to fuel his cultivation, it was still a shocking feat. This would suffice. There's no need for it to cultivate battle techniques since we can just share them via our souls. Given that the clone and the main body shared a common consciousness, they could easily share knowledge. Even without any practice, the clone was able to execute Heaven's Path battle techniques at the same level of the original. But of course, these had to have some minor flaws introduced into them as well. Let's see how powerful it is. Come, give me a punch. Zhang Xian looked at his clone with a smile. Since there was no strength measuring rock pillar in the room, there was no way to ascertain the current strength of the clone precisely. However, Zhang Xian could still fathom a rough gauge through trying it out with his own body. The clone sent a punch over, and with a casual smile, Zhang Xian faced it with one of his own too. The 2 punches collided. Pong! Before Zhang Xian could react, he felt a sharp pain on his arm, as though he had been struck by a humongous mountain. He was immediately sent flying, and his head crashed through several layers of walls before being planted in the rock-filled courtyard. The heck? What is this? Zhang Xian cried. Chapter 569. Mo Gaoyuan seeks an audience. Sorry, but our young master is currently in seclusion. He isn't meeting any guests. In the residence, Sun Chong looked at two individuals apologetically. The two individuals were Elder Hu and Master Teacher Song Chao. Upon knowing that Zhang Shi was back, they visited the residence every day, no matter how many times the sharp-tongued Sun Chong tried to chase them away. I know, but the tournament is going to begin tomorrow. No matter what, Zhang Shi has to come out of his seclusion today. Elder Hu smiled awkwardly. Even though the 14 powers had hushed all news regarding that incident back then, as one of the powers involved in the tournament, Elder Hu did know a thing or two about it. To be able to chase away so many powerful experts and keep them completely silenced about the matter afterward, Zhang Shi's background must be astounding. Thus, even though his original intention was only to buy the soulless metal humanoid, he eventually ended up visiting every day in hopes of forging a close relationship with this Zhang Shi. Even though that's true, I can't guarantee you that the young master will come out of his seclusion today. Sun Chong nodded his head. Ever since young master returned, he had locked himself in his room, and it had been half a month since then. Also, the old master also appeared that once. After that incident, he disappeared without a trace. Even Sun Chong himself couldn't verify whether these two individuals were truly still in the residence. After Zhang Shi is out of his seclusion, can Butler Sun send someone to inform me of the matter? I'm sure you can tell that I'm really interested in buying the soulless metal humanoid, Elder Hu said. This? Sun Chong frowned, and the disposition of a high-rank master teacher's butler naturally flowed out of him. I don't have the rights to make such a decision. It'll depend on the will of the young master. If he is unwilling to meet you, I can't force a meeting either. Ever since that day, Sun Chong's standing had been on a nearly vertical rise, and even Alliance head Zhao and Pavilion Master Kong had to visit him personally. As time went by, the authority and prestige he enjoyed gradually built on his disposition. Indeed, a person of Zhang Shi's caliber can't possibly entertain everyone who comes knocking at his door. Elder Hu played along with Sun Chong. Of course, the young master is a man of great stature. Even sect leader Luo Huang of the Fleeting Cloud sect has been chased away by me in the past few days. Sun Chong spoke proudly. Sect leader Luo Huang had paid his visit the past few days, but before he could even reach the entrance, he was already chased away by the guards with sticks in their hands. You must be joking. Surely you should have thought of this possibility when you came to attack us. To apologize only after learning of our old master's might. Do you think that there is really such a good deal in the world? Indeed, a person like Zhang Shi is destined for great things. How could it be possibly to meet him that easily? All I hope is that Butler's son could help to speak up on my behalf before the other party. Elder Hu's mouth twitched, but he hurriedly continued with his fawning. But before he could finish his words, a loud explosion sounded, and following which, they saw a figure being planted onto the ground before them. Audacious. Do you think that Zhang Shi's residence is a place where you can wreak havoc? Seeing how the other party actually dared to make a move here, even going to the extent of tearing down the walls, Elder Hu was just about to display his goodwill toward Zhang Shi when Butler's son rushed forward and asked worriedly, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Young master? Zhang Shi?" Elder Hu's vision darkened, and his body swayed weakly. For an instant, he felt as though blood was regurgitating in his mouth, threatening to spew out at any moment. That dirty and unkempt beggar who was head planted into the ground was Zhang Shi, a man of great stature. How was that fellow whose head was planted into the ground and was chewing on soil in his mouth had anything to do with great stature? He had just gone along with Butler's son to praise Zhang Shi to the point that the latter seemed no different from a deity from the heavens when the latter sudden appeared in such a manner. Elder Hu felt as though he was about to cry, and he wasn't the only one who felt that way. Standing beside him, Song Chao's mouth was also twitching violently. Having met Zhang Shi a few times before, he was able to recognize the other party at first sight. There was no doubt that unseemly person on that floor was indeed Zhang Shi. The previous few times, the other party carried such a refined and authoritative disposition that he couldn't help but feel awed toward. But now, this was simply too much of an image changer. Cough, cough, cough. Plucking his head out of the ground, Zhang Xian felt dismayed. Despite being at transcendent mortal 3-dan pinnacle as well, not to mention, he cultivated the complete Heaven's Path divine art, and yet, he was nearly beaten to death by his clone. What the heck was this? For the main body to be unable to match up to the clone, wasn't he really too useless? But while he was dismayed, he soon understood the underlying reason behind this matter. Regardless, the body of his clone was forged out of the 9 Hearts Lotus, a god artifact. Even though the cultivation technique his clone was cultivating was weaker than his, just the might of the physical body itself was easy to make up for its deficiency and even exceed the original body. It would be no joke to say that the clone was an invincible existence in his class, unless Zhang Xian continued to cultivate the Heaven's Path golden body and reached the very limits of it. Otherwise, for a long time, he would remain outclassed by his clone. Forget it, since the one stronger than myself is myself, there's no need for me to feel so frustrated over it. Zhang Xian consoled himself. In any case, both bodies could be considered as a part of him, so there was nothing for him to get depressed over. Seeing Butler Sun's worried look, Zhang Xian patted the dust off his robe and replied, "I'm fine, there's nothing to worry about. It's just that I met some minor problems with my cultivation a moment ago." All right. Even though Sun Chang was perplexed to hear that the other party had met with some problems in his cultivation, he suppressed his doubt and clasped his fist. "Young Master, Elder Hu and Master Teacher Song Chao from the Blue Frost sect is here. They are interested in buying your soulless metal humanoid, and they've been visiting for the past few days." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the matter. Song Chao? Soulless metal humanoid? Back then, in the southern herb garden, Zhang Xian convinced Song Chao to purchase a metal coffin for 1 middle-tier spirit stone, and he promised the latter that as long as he brought sufficient money, he would sell the remaining 3 soulless metal humanoid to him. But currently, Mo Hunching needed the soulless metal humanoid to house his soul. On top of that, there was a need to keep spare in case one of them wore out in the midst of battle. If Zhang Xian were to sell all of them, it would be impossible for him to find a second one in the world. After all, the occupation of soul oracles had already gone extinct in the world, and the number of soulless metal humanoid was extremely limited in the world. It would be no exaggeration to say that the odds were that he would never find a 5th one in the world. Besides, Zhang Xian didn't lack middle-tier spirit stones at the moment, so he wasn't as keen to sell them at the moment. "Zhang Shi, I am Elder Hu from Blue Frost sect. I believe you have met Master Teacher Song Chao before." After a moment of hesitation, Elder Hu and Song Chao stepped forward. Pleased to meet you, Elder Hu." Zhang Xian clasped his fist and greeted the other party. After which, he scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "Pardon me. I did have 3 soulless metal humanoid in my hands before, but you came too late. I've already sold them already. I'm afraid that you have made a wasted trip." It wasn't convenient for him to talk about Mo Hunching, so he decided to just claim that he had already sold the soulless metal humanoids. "You've sold all of them?" Not expecting for such a hiccup to occur, Elder Hu was taken aback. "Indeed. You should also know that hidden in the soulless metal humanoids are the secrets of the soul oracles. There are simply too many people interested in buying them, and I only had a few of them in my hands." Zhang Xian waved his hands apologetically when the ground suddenly rumbled, and a towering figure rushed into the hall. "Young Master, what happened? Are you all right?" Mo Hunching asked worriedly. He had been standing guard outside the room, so as to ensure the young master's safety. Yet, somehow, the young master still ended up being sent flying. Alarmed, he hurriedly rushed over to check on the young master's condition. "This is a living soulless metal humanoid." Elder Hu's vision went dark. "Big brother, didn't you just say that you've already sold all of the soulless metal humanoid? For a living one to walk out the next moment. What the heck was this?" Cough cough. Zhang Xian also didn't expect to be exposed right after he uttered the lie, so his face went red in embarrassment. This is not a metal humanoid. It is a guard of mine which cultivated a unique battle technique that resulted in his current appearance. A unique battle technique? Elder Hu and Song Chao's bodies swayed weakly. "Do you really think we are blind? This is obviously a soulless metal humanoid, right? We are all fellow master teachers. No matter how bad our eyes of discernment are, we can at least distinguish between a normal guard and a puppet. All right, but even so, since the other was clearly unwilling to broach the topic, they weren't in a good position to ask either. After all, while the soulless metal humanoid was important, it wasn't worth getting on Zhang Shi's bad side for it. After chatting a while longer, they confirmed that Zhang Shi had no intentions whatsoever to sell the soulless metal humanoid, and thus, Elder Hu and Song Chao could only leave in disappointment. Before the both of them left, Zhang Xian instructed them sternly not to spread any news regarding the sentient soulless metal humanoid. Right after the duo left, Zhang Xian immediately turned to the tall, golden figure beside him and berated furiously, "For you to run out in such a form, are you that afraid that no one would recognize you?" The topic of soulless metal humanoids was intricately linked with the soul oracles. If one were to be found running about freely, there would surely bring a huge uproar, and the Master-Teacher Pavilion might even choose to conduct an investigation. If so, things would get troublesome. Mo Hunching also knew that he was too reckless, so he was feeling a little sheepish. But still, considering that the other party had been trapped for innumerable years in the Nine Hearts Lotus prior to this, he couldn't really be blamed for his lack of consideration. Thus, Zhang Xian put the matter aside and asked instead, "Is there any way for you to conceal your appearance and aura?" Mo Hunching contemplated for a moment before replying. "There is a way, but it might take a few days." "That's good. Then, for the next few days, you should try to stay out of public view." Seeing that there was indeed a way for Mo Hunching to conceal his aura and his appearance, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then, turning to Sun Chong, he asked, "Butler's son, in the past few days that I've been in seclusion, did anything happen?" For the past half a month since he had returned, he had been in seclusion. Thus, there was a need for him to catch up with the latest happenings. Reporting to young master, ever since the old master's previous appearance, the other sects and empires have toned it down and the city has become much more peaceful. In the past few days, Pavilion Master Kong, Alliance Head Zhao, and Princess Fei Wu have been coming by every day, but after confirming that you were still in seclusion each time, they would leave in disappointment, Sun Chong said. The old master's presence had humbled all of the powers in the city. The arrogant geniuses of powerful sects and empires had become as obedient as domesticated kittens, not daring to cause any trouble at all in fear of getting on Yang Shi's bad side. After all, the wrath of an 8-star master teacher was something that neither they nor their sects could bear. After thinking for a moment, Sun Chong continued, "Also, the perpetrator of the entire incident, Ding Hong, has been killed by sect leader Luo Huang of Fleeting Cloud sect." In truth, Zhang Xian had wanted to get rid of that ticking time bomb that night, but as he was disguised as Yang Xian, he would surely have exposed his true cultivation if he were to make a move personally. Besides, it was beneath Yang Shi to make a move on such an insignificant ant. As such, he'd had no choice but to hold himself back. However, it seemed like the sect leader of Fleeting Cloud sect was indeed a smart man. He probably knew of Yang Shi's dilemma and completed the job on the other party's behalf. "Is there anything else?" Zhang Xian asked. Young Master Lu Chong should be waking up in the next few days. Other than that, the only important matter left would be the Master-Teacher tournament. Sun Chong was just about to continue speaking when an impassive voice suddenly rang from the outside. "Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master, 6-star Pinnacle Master-Teacher Mo Gaoyuan, seeks an audience with Yang Shi." Chapter 570. Yang Shi's Disappointment, 6-star Master Teacher? Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched, shocked by the sudden appearance of Pavilion Master Mo wasn't the most formidable Master Teacher in Myriad Kingdom Alliance, only at 4-star Pinnacle. Where in the world did this 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher come from? The fundamental requirement of becoming a 6-star Master Teacher was a cultivation realm of transcendent mortal 9 Dan, and a 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher was probably a true saint. For a saint to actually seek his audience. Just the thought of it left Zhang Xian's hair standing on ends. Even acting before a half 5-star Master Teacher was stressful enough for him. There wasn't a single moment throughout the incident which he didn't fear that the other party would see through his disguise. And yet, to do so before a true saint. For pretending to a high-rank master teacher and scaring others with a false identity, that was a breach of the master-teacher moral code. The other party would reserve all rights to kill him on the spot. In other words, the moment he was exposed as a fake, that would be the moment he would breathe his last breath. The news of Yang Shi's appearance must have leaked out. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in dismay. Given that such a formidable master teacher had run over to seek an audience with Yang Shi, that could only mean one possibility. The matter that had happened that day had reached the ears of Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire. If Zhang Xian was a little stronger, he would at least be more confident in his disguise. But the choice wasn't up to him now. The other party was already at his doorstep. He couldn't possibly turn the other party away at this point. What to do? No, I should tell the other party that my teacher isn't around. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian was just about to instruct Sun Chong to relay those words, when the person beside him bellowed, "What are you making such a fuss about? Are you trying to show off your loud voice? Don't you know the basic manners to visiting another? Wait at the doorstep first. I'll report this matter to the old master." Zhang Xian turned his face stiffly around, only to see Sun Chong with a disdainful expression on his face. Sun Chong, noticing that the young master's gaze was on him, said contemptuously, "Who does he think he is? So what if he's a 6-star pinnacle master teacher? Does he think that he's the only one who can transmit his voice telepathically? Even a 7-star pinnacle master teacher would have to wait obediently at the entrance for the old master to summon him in. To cause such a huge fuss, is he trying to start a revolt?" Putong. Zhang Xian's body suddenly felt weak. In that instant, he even forgot to breathe and nearly died of suffocation. He was still worried over how he should deal with the 6-star master teacher outside when the fellow beside him uttered such words. It was too late for him to make excuses now. No matter what, the other party was a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, a person standing at the very tip of the pyramid known as a Tier 1 empire. To actually bellow at such a figure like that, sparing him no pride at all? Brother Chong, you are about to break through the atmosphere. While tears were streaming down Zhang Xian's face, Sun Chong looked at him expectantly and asked, "Young master, wasn't the old master discussing the issue regarding young master Lu Chong with you?" Lu Chong's soul was simply too strong. Even though Zhang Xian had successfully awakened him back then, the other party still needed some time for his soul to fuse properly with his body before he would be able to regain consciousness. However, after half a month of conditioning, it should be about time for him to regain consciousness. Hearing the question, Zhang Xian was stumped. He had once told Wang Ying that he was discussing with Yang Shi on how they could save Lu Chong. Given that Lu Chong was about to wake up already, it was indeed weird how not a trace of Yang Shi could be seen. Is he in the room? I'll go and ask him whether he wants to meet this 6-star master teacher or not. Seeing that there was no response from the young master, Sun Chong continued. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to reply Sun Chong's questions, Zhang Xian hurriedly interjected, "Cough, cough, there's no need for it. I'll go ask him myself. For the time being, you should bring Pavilion Master Mo into the main hall." "All right." Nodding his head, Sun Chong headed to the entrance to invite the other party in. Seeing the other party leave, Zhang Xian walked toward one of the rooms in the residence while rubbing his glabella. After that fellow's intervention, there was no choice but for Yang Shi to appear already. But after giving it some thoughts, this matter would be inevitable even if Sun Chong hadn't said anything. After all, given that the other party had made the journey here from afar, it was indeed dubious if Yang Shi didn't appear. Besides, it was likely that Pavilion Master Mo would return again after failing to meet him this once. In the end, he was just meeting the other party earlier. But how should he disguise himself before a 6-star pinnacle master teacher to convince him? An expert of that level was likely to have already forged the Eye of Insight, allowing him to see through all falsehood. He might have been able to pass off as a saint by utilizing Mo Huanqing's aura, but if he were to do the same for Pavilion Master Mo as well, he would surely be exposed instantaneously. The same goes for flight as well. Given that 4-star and 5-star master teachers hadn't come into contact with the ability of flight yet, Zhang Xian was still able to hoodwink them. To do the same with a saint was completely impossible. There was a fundamental difference between flight induced by a battle technique and the ability of flight that saints possessed. Since nothing works at all, why don't I just abandon all disguise? After walking around the room in dilemma, Zhang Xian suddenly came to a halt. Since neither his aura nor flight would work, he might as well not disguise himself. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian quickly changed into Yang Shi's clothes and walked into the main hall. Mo Gaoyuan was seated on the guest seat in the main hall, and Mo Chan and Hong Qian stood obediently behind him. Upon arriving at Myriad Kingdom City, Missouri Gaoyuan immediately rushed to look for Hong Qian to better understand the affairs that happened that day. When he heard that Yang Shi came from the skies, induced a breakthrough in the demon sync beast with just a surge of zhenqi, and conducted a soul impartation, he was filled with shock. Wishing to ascertain this matter personally, he brought the both of them along with him to pay Yang Shi a visit. Mo Gaoyuan scanned the surroundings and a frown slowly etched on his forehead. The layout of the residence was ordinary, resembling not the residence of a high-rank master teacher in the least. More importantly, the spiritual energy in the room was sparse just like anywhere else. The living quarters of an 8-star master teacher, even without setting up any formation, due to his overwhelming cultivation in itself, could turn a barren plain into a lush field. Powerful master teachers were aligned with nature, and they would naturally generate a spiritual energy force field that would nourish their environment wherever they went. It was precisely due to that reason that the top headquarters of the Master Teacher Pavilion was so concentrated in spiritual energy that even the most ordinary of cultivators would gain the speed of cultivation comparable to the greatest of talents there. And yet, the residence before him showed no such signs. It was nothing more than an ordinary residence. What was going on? Just when he was perplexed, a middle-aged man walked into the room. That middle-aged man had light footsteps, and not the slightest zhenqi disturbance could be felt from him. No matter how one looked at him, he was nothing more than an ordinary human. In fact, one couldn't be blamed if one were to assume that he was a cleaner of the residence. Just as Mo Gaoyuan was about to ask who was that fellow, Butler's son hurriedly walked forward and greeted, "Old Master." Beside him, Hong Shi's body also jolted slightly, and the latter hurriedly sent him a telepathic message, "Pavilion Master Gao, this is Yang Shi." Him? Mo Gaoyuan was stunned. He had never seen an 8-star master teacher before, but he had seen a 7-star master teacher in the past. Every single movement from a 7-star master teacher seemed to be harmonized with nature, and it exerted an immense pressure on one. But the person before him truly felt no different from an ordinary man. 8-star master teacher? Are you mistaken? Frowning, he glanced at Hong Shi, only to see the latter nod his heads to confirm his suspicions. Only then did Mo Gaoyuan stand up and clasp his fists. Hong Yuan Tier, 1 Empire Master Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master, 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher Mo Gaoyuan pays respect to Yang Shi. After which, he silently observed the other party carefully. Yang Shi remained nonchalantly after hearing the other party's title. Instead, he simply turned around and walked on the main seat before turning to look at Mo Gaoyuan nonchalantly. "What is the reason for your visit?" Not expecting the other party to ask him such a direct question, Mo Gaoyuan was tongue-tied. After all, he couldn't possibly say that he was unable to find the other party's name on the Master Teacher Registry, so he came to verify whether the other party was a fake. "I heard that Yang Shi has come to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and fearing that our reception might be lacking, I decided to come over to take a look." Mo Gaoyuan replied awkwardly. But before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man's impassive voice sounded, "Are you done looking?" Yes." "Then you may leave now." After which, Yang Shi stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and started walking out of the room. Mo Gaoyuan's lips twitched. What is going on? Can't we at least converse properly? Even if you're an 8-star master teacher, surely there's no need for you to act so high and mighty? No matter what, I'm still a pavilion master of Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, and I came down specially to pay my respects. Yet, to throw me out like that, aren't you being too impolite? To tell Yang Shi the truth, I've been facing some problems in my cultivation recently, and I would like to consult Yang Shi on them. Gritting his teeth, Imo Gaoyuan stood up. He came all the way here from afar, and he couldn't possibly leave just like that. Since that was the case, he might as well pose a question to the other party. If the other party could easily solve a question that was even beyond him, then there was no doubt about the other party's rank. On the other hand, if the other party was unable to answer the question, then his position as an 8-star master teacher would indeed be doubtful. Without turning his head, Yang Shi spoke impassively. Speak? Yes. It's a problem regarding the cultivation of Saint Wendan. Imo Gaoyuan hurriedly said. Saint Wendan? Zhang Xian, disguised a Yang Shi, nearly keeled over. I can explain the cultivation of transcendent mortal 1 Dan, 2 Dan, and 3 Dan to you perfectly, but Saint? He had only heard of the name of this cultivation realm just recently, so how could he possibly know the slightest thing about the cultivation of an expert of this level? Putting aside offering pointer, he hadn't even read books of such a level. He would surely expose his ignorance the moment he starts to speak on the matter. Not knowing of the dilemma in Yang Shi's mind, Imo Gaoyuan revealed his dilemma. How can one open the Zhukong acupoint without causing one's shenqi to leak out while maintaining a consistent rise in one's cultivation? This question had confused him for a very long time. He'd had to browse through innumerable books before he was able to find the answer. If the other party was able to provide the same answer as him, that would prove that the other party was a high-rank master teacher. Or else, the other party's background would be worth looking into. May I know if Yang Shi has any solution to the matter? After posing his question, Imo Gaoyuan looked at Yang Shi expectantly. Zhukong acupoint? Jinqi leaking out? Maintaining a consistent rise in one's cultivation? A mini-explosion occurred into Zhang Xian's head, and he nearly spurted blood. He had never even heard of this acupoint before, so how could he possibly know anything about Jinqi leaking out and what consistent rise in cultivation? Offering a solution to the problem was even beyond his means. He was doomed. Yang Shi. A moment had passed, but Yang Shi still remained silent. Perplexed, Imo Gaoyuan called him questioningly when a cold harumph suddenly sounded in the room. Are you really a 6-star pinnacle master teacher? Yang Shi turned to look at Imo Gaoyuan with a cold gaze filled with displeasure. That's right. Imo Gaoyuan was taken aback. He was the #1 expert in Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, and everyone knew of his name. How could he possibly be a fake? That's right. Then why can't you even solve such a simple problem by yourself? With his hands behind his back, Yang Shi shook his head in disappointment. Seems like the standards for qualifying as a 6-star master teacher have dropped by a lot during the time that I've been away. Chapter 571. Yang Shi, I was wrong. Standards for qualifying as 6-star master teacher have dropped? You're saying that Imo Shi isn't qualified as a 6-star master teacher? Hong Qian and Imo Qin's body trembled violently. That was the strongest master teacher of Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire. To utter such words means to question the other party's professionalism. That was a huge insult in itself. As expected, upon hearing those words, Imo Gaoyuan frowned in displeasure. I passed the 6-star master teacher examination in Tianhong Conferred Empire, and it has been 37 years since then. In the time, I've groomed 2 6-star master teachers, 12 5-star master teachers, and countless 4-star and 3-star master teachers. On top of that, the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion has achieved the top 10 placing in the Master Teacher Tournament 3 times under me. How am I unqualified as a 6-star master teacher? I beseech Yang Shi to correct my errors. This was a matter concerning his professionalism and pride as a 6-star master teacher. Even if Yang Shi was a true 8-star master teacher, he couldn't and wouldn't back down. Those who seek to enlighten must be enlightened. Those who seek to correct must be correct. Such is the way of a teacher. Challenged by the other party, Yang Shi retained his usual composure and said, if a teacher wishes to guide his student down the correct road, he must first ensure that he is on the right path. If he is treading on the wrong path himself, then the higher his achievements, the greater damage he will cause. The slightest mistake in a teaching could lead to the greatest of difference. If even the teacher's understanding is wrong, then the more students he had, the further the wrong teachings would spread, and the greater the harm dealt. The question you have just raised can be considered to be one of the simpler ones already. If you can't even solve such a simple question yourself, only goes to show that your understanding of cultivation is flawed. Under such circumstances, how can you possibly guide your students correctly? Yang Shi shook his head. All right, show me your punching routine so that I can take a look. If I'm not mistaken, given how you are unable to solve such a simple question, you are already going down the wrong path already. Going down the wrong path? Mo Gaoyuan's face darkened. There was no one who could be happy to have such words spoke straight to him. Not to mention, Mo Gaoyuan knew the answer to that question, and he only wanted to test the other party. It doesn't matter to me if you're uninterested. Seeing Mo Gaoyuan's silence, the disappointment on Yang Shi's face deepened, and he shook his hands helplessly. Sun Chong, send the guests off. Sure. Nodding his head, Sun Chong walked up and said, this unqualified Mo Shi over here. I'll have to ask you to leave. We don't welcome you here. You. Mo Gaoyuan was already displeased from the very start. Yet, such an insignificant butler still dared to utter such sarcastic words to him. Infuriated, he nearly coughed out blood. As a suspected 8-star master teacher, I could still tolerate it when Yang Shi said something about me, but who do you think you are? Who knows how many lives it must have taken you to accumulate sufficient good fortune for the old master to offer you his pointers? All you have to do is to execute your punching routine, and yet, you are still hesitating. It's the first time I'm seeing such a foolish master teacher. And you claim to be a 6-star pinnacle master teacher? The disdain on Sun Chong's face couldn't be any clearer. Pui, Huangdang, Hong Qian, and Mo Chun only felt their vision turning dark, and they nearly fainted on the spot. Big brother, do you know how respected the person before you is? To dare to speak to him like that. He is a person who is the closest to becoming a 7-star master teacher, the #1 expert of Hongyuan Empire. Even the emperor had to greet him in the capacity of a student upon seeing him. Yet, a mere transcendent mortal one Dan Fatty, like you actually dared to utter such disdainful words at him. Pooey your head. Do you think you are qualified to do so? You. While the duo was frenzied, Mo Gaoyuan nearly fainted on the spot. In the past 37 years of his life as a 6-star master teacher, there hadn't been a single person who dared to utter such arrogant words before him. Yet, today, his professionalism was first brought into question and now, he was being looked down upon. On top of that, the one who looked down on him was a mere subordinate. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Mo Gaoyuan suppressed his rage and said, Yang Shi, it just happens that there's one battle technique that I've been unable to decipher, so I hope that you can enlighten me on my faults. Even though he was infuriated by the actions of the fatty, he was still Yang Shi's subordinate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to lash out at him. Thus, he decided to first test the depths of Yang Shi's capability before deciding on his next course of action. And thus, before the other party could reply, he began executing his battle technique. As expected of a saint, as soon as he made a move, an overwhelming might immediately shrouded the entire room. It felt as though everyone was locked in a cage in the other party's grasp, and there was nowhere to escape to. Escaping from a saint was impossible for them. To seal even space with a single fist. Fearsome. After taking a glance at the other party's battle technique, a book immediately appeared in the library of Heaven's Path, and Yang Shi immediately immersed his consciousness in to take a look. After affirming that the book was on Mo Gaoyuan, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but send Sun Chong a look of commendation. To be able to even agitate a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, this fellow was indeed extraordinary. Who? Mo Gaoyuan soon came to a halt. Clasping his fist, he said, Yang Shi, I seek for your guidance. Raising his eyelids, Yang Shi walked over and said, You have practiced your dual nascent dragon Helios punch well in the past 20 years, having reached minor accomplishment in the battle technique. Mo Gaoyuan was taken aback. While there weren't many people who cultivated the dual nascent dragon Helios punch, it wasn't really an uncommon technique. So it wasn't surprising that Yang Shi would recognize it. But, How did the other party manage to accurately guess how long he had practiced the technique for? After all, there were some talented people who were able to reach minor accomplishment within 3 days of practice, while there were some who could never get past novice despite devoting their entire lives to the technique. Given that Imo Gaoyuan was still a long way away from achieving major accomplishment, most people would have guessed that he hadn't practiced this technique for too long. Yet, the other party was able to guess that he had immersed himself in it for 20 years already. The other party's eye of discernment was simply way too formidable. Shocked, Imo Gaoyuan's attitude gradually became respectful. Yang Shi is right. It has been 20 years and 1 month since I first practiced this technique. Knowing that the other party would reply in such a manner, Yang Shi wasn't surprised at all. He gazed at the other party impassively and asked, "Do you know the reason why you've only reached minor accomplishment in this technique despite practicing it more 20 years? I don't know." Imo Gaoyuan shook his head. He was able to easily reach major accomplishment for all other techniques. This was the only battle technique that he had a problem with. He had looked through many books, but he was still unable to understand the reason why. That was why he intentionally chose to execute this battle technique, so as to pose this question to the other party. The essence of the dual nascent Dragon Helios punch lies not in Dragon Helios, but dual nascent. Seeing the incomprehension in Imo Gaoyuan's eyes, Yang Shi continued, as the saying goes, fist for the young, stick for the veteran. For a fist technique to be strong, strength is just one factor. More importantly, one must possess vitality as well. The idea of dual nascent behind the dual nascent Dragon Helios punch refers to one's body and one's heart. If you were only 100 or so when you first cultivated this fist technique, it wouldn't have taken you too long to reach major accomplishment. However, it's a pity that you only started when you were 120. Given that you have already aged and the vitality in your aura is lacking, it's difficult for you to execute a fist technique meant for youths. But of course, you can still make up for the deficiency with a young spirit. Through your deep understanding of battle techniques, it wouldn't be too difficult for you to reach major accomplishment within 20 years. But it's a pity that a fault occurred while you were striving for Void Pursuit Realm, causing a trauma in your mind, resulting in your inability to comprehend the true essence of battle techniques. Trauma when striving for Void Pursuit Realm. How did you know about it? Shocked, Imo Gaoyuan was unable to retain his composure. Saint One Dan Void Pursuit Realm. It represented the will of one to pursuing the essence of space. At this realm, one would gain the ability to soar freely in the sky. How did you know? Yang Shi chuckled lightly. The dual nascent Dragon Helical punch, despite being known as a fist technique, is actually a technique that, through a firm footing on the ground, channels the strength throughout one's body into one's fist. Formidable fist technique tapped into the strength of one's entire body instead of just one's arms. Upon hearing this, Imo Gaoyuan, as well as Hong Qian and Imo Chun, nodded their heads in agreement. Yang Shi continued, "But, when you launched your fist, your aura was a little unstable. Even though it looked as though you utilized the strength of your entire body, in truth, you only channeled the strength from your ankles upward, excluding your feet. The feet are where the Zhukong acupoint is located, and considering the problem you just asked, it isn't too hard to deduce that you've met with some problem in your breakthrough to Void Pursuit Realm." It was just a moment ago that Imo Gaoyuan asked, how can one open the Zhukong acupoint without causing one's Zhenqi to leak out while maintaining a consistent rise in one's cultivation? For the Zhenqi to bypass the feet, where the Zhukong acupoint is located, and taking into account the previous question Imo Gaoyuan asked, it wasn't too difficult to deduce the situation. The problem in your cultivation caused your Zhenqi to leak from your Zhukong acupoint, thus making it difficult for you to raise your cultivation. As such, you intentionally had your Zhenqi bypass your feet when practicing the dual nascent Dragon Helios punch. Even though you managed to solve your problem eventually, thus allowing your cultivation to improve once more, it's a pity that the habit of avoiding your Zhukong acupoint for your battle techniques has already become deeply ingrained into you over the years, causing your progress in the dual nascent Dragon Helios punch to stagnate. Yang Shi said, this. Imo Gaoyuan's body stiffened, and he fell silent. The other party's words were spot on. Back then, when he was attempting a breakthrough to Void Pursuit Realm, he accidentally made a mistake, resulting in a fault in his acupoint which caused his zhanqi to leak out. It was only after many years of studying that he managed to find a solution to his problem, and this dual nascent dragon Helios punch happened to be a battle technique he cultivated before then. Mo Gaoyuan was certain that this was his first time meeting Yang Shi, and yet, the other party was able to deduce his condition just by looking at his battle technique. How formidable must his eye of discernment be? At the very least, he knew that he wasn't capable of such a feat. In fact, even the 7-star master teacher he met back then wouldn't be able to do the same too. Could the other party really be an 8-star master teacher? He had come harboring doubts about the identity of the middle-aged man, but now he was already 70 to 80% convinced. While Mo Gaoyuan was still in shock, Yang Shi's voice continued, "Also, if my eyes don't fail me, you must have met with some kind of danger or were in the midst of a fight when you were attempting a breakthrough to the Void Pursuit realm." Yes, Mo Gaoyuan nodded. Back then, he was chased by his enemies, and at that crucial moment, he had no choice but to attempt a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm to resolve the situation. Even though his breakthrough succeeded, and he managed to slay his enemies with his heightened strength, the forceful breakthrough had resulted in his Zhukong acupoint being damaged, thus resulting in a whole series of problems. As 6-star master teacher, you should have known that achieving a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm requires absolute tranquility, and one has to slowly nourish the Zhukong realm with one's zhanqi. And yet, you allowed yourself to be put into such a dangerous situation, leaving yourself no choice but to attempt such a dangerous breakthrough. You failed to assess your enemies accurately, and you failed to assess yourself accurately as well. Is this a mistake that a high-rank master teacher should make? Saying that you are unqualified is already downplaying the matter. Why? Do you have any objections to what I said? Or rather, with a slight frown, a majestic aura suddenly burst forth from Yang Shi. Do you still think that I am a fake? With a reddened face, Mo Gaoyuan panicked. I'm sorry, Yang Shi. I was wrong. Chapter 572. Lu Chong awakens. It was true that he visited with the intention of testing the other party. Having his intentions pointed out so directly left him in an incredibly awkward position. For him to actually doubt the identity of such a formidable master teacher. It was fortunate that the other party had a good temper. Otherwise, if the other party were too offended by this matter, even the destruction of the entire Hongyuan Empire wouldn't be sufficient to placate his wrath. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood would be left in his wake. Pavilion Master Mo admitted his mistake? Does this mean that what Yang Shi said was true? Hong Qian and Mo Chun glanced at one another in shock. To be able to deduce this far through a mere punching routine, Yang Shi's eye of discernment was nothing short of terrifying. In other words, there was little doubt that he was a bona fide 8-star master teacher. The moment such a thought surfaced in their minds, a jolt ran through their bodies. Putting aside the other party's esteemed ranking, just his cultivation as an 8-star master teacher made him a fearsome adversary that few would dare to cross the line with. The might he possessed was so powerful that it would leave any opponent in despair. When Yang Shi first appeared, I was baffled by the lack of a powerful disposition that any experts should harness. It was as if he was an ordinary human. But thinking about it now, only a master teacher of Yang Shi's level would be capable of concealing his cultivation so thoroughly that not even Pavilion Master Mo is capable of peering through his facade. Most choose to use their strength as a tool to win the deference of others. Only a person standing at the very top, having seen through the illusion of glory and prestige, would be willing to humble himself as an ordinary person. Harboring such thoughts in mind, their respect for Yang Shi deepened. There were no experts they knew of that could compare to the middle-aged man standing before them. To view prestige and glory as nothing more than dirt, to remain humble despite being one of the strongest experts on the continent, and that charming confidence and astounding composure. These were qualities that too few possessed. From the start to the end, the other party never tried to leverage his superior cultivation against them, a common move used to instill respect and fear. Throughout the entire encounter, he remained nothing more than an ordinary person. Thinking about how they had acted as compared to the other party, they felt deeply ashamed of themselves. It was no wonder why the butler would act so arrogantly. To the butler of an 8-star master teacher, a 6-star master teacher was indeed not any different from an ordinary person. In fact, the cultivation they perceived in him might even be fake. There was a good chance that he wasn't just a mere transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator. After all, how could an 8-star master teacher, a saint expert, possibly regard a weakling so highly as to allow the other party to serve by his side? As this thought came to mind, cold sweat drenched their backs. It was lucky that they had maintained their etiquette before this butler Sunday. If they had really attempted to make a move against him, who knew what would remain of them now? There's no need to apologize. It is only right for master teachers to question everything around them. There are those who pass off as high-rank master teachers to deceive others for their own profits, and it is imperative for us to investigate such matters to prevent such frauds from sullying the name of the master teacher pavilion. Yang Shi didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing Imo Gaoyuan's faults. Instead, with a deep tone, he lectured the other in the capacity as an elder. I've benefited from Yang Shi's guidance. Imo Gaoyuan quickly stood up and clasped his fist. All right, you may leave now. I don't want anyone to learn of my presence here. You should know what to do. Yang Shi waved his hands. Yes. Imo Gaoyuan nodded before retreating from the room with a bent back. Hong Qian and Imo Chun hurriedly followed suit. Only after leaving the residence did the tenseness finally leave their bodies. Glancing at one another, they subconsciously wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Yang Shi didn't fly into a tantrum or suppress them with his cultivation in the encounter. However, his clear eyes made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Those deep eyes seemed to peer right at their souls, and it felt like no disguise or facade could possibly fool those eyes. Before the other party, they felt stark naked. It took a moment before they finally regained their composure. Imo Chen turned to Imo Gaoyuan and asked, Teacher, what should we do now? Let's return. Imo Gaoyuan waved his hands. Return? Imo Chen was taken aback. They had taken nearly half a month to get here, and yet, just after trading some words with Yang Shi, they were leaving already? Wasn't this a little too fast? Since we've already achieved our aim here, what other reasons do we have to remain here? Imo Gaoyuan shook his head. Become a nuisance? Imo Chen was tongue-tied. Indeed, their aim here was to confirm Yang Shi's identity, and since they had already achieved what they were here for, remaining here would only incur his displeasure. Since that was the case, they might as well leave immediately. Hearing that they were about to leave, Hong Qian clasped his fist and asked, The Master-Teacher Tournament is going to commence tomorrow. Since Pavilion Master Imo and Imo Shi are here, won't you remain here to host the event? If the both of them could host the event, the prestige of the tournament would immediately shoot up several levels. This could also boost the reputation of Huanyu Empire as a whole. We'll decline on the offer. Since that is a matter of Huanyu Empire, we shall not get involved in it. Imo Gaoyuan shook his head. Huanyu Empire was a Tier 2 empire under Hongyuan Empire. There might be several troublesome implications if he were to disregard his identity and host the event. To tell the truth, Yang Shi's direct disciple, Zhang Shi, will be participating in the tournament as well, Hong Qian added in hopes of persuading the other party. Yang Shi's direct disciple? Imo Gaoyuan frowned, but soon, he shook his head once more and replied, I'll still have to pass. It wouldn't be good for him to get involved in the affairs of a branch. His prestigious identity as the Pavilion Master of the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion meant that even the slightest action and gesture of his could have political implications, so it was imperative for him to act with caution. But still, since Zhang Shi is participating, allow me to up the stakes. Imo Gaoyuan flicked his wrist, and a jade box appeared in his hands. With a light chuckle, he said, This is a high-tier spirit stone. I shall leave this with you as the prize for the champion of the tournament. A high-tier spirit stone? Hong Qian's breathing hastened. One high-tier spirit stone was worth 10,000 middle-tier spirit stone. High-tier spirit stones were an important cultivation resource even to a saint. Hong Qian had never even seen one before, and yet, Pavilion Master Mo was actually offering it as the prize for the tournament. He couldn't help but feel agitated by the matter. Clearly, Yang Shi is trying to temper his student through having him participate in this tournament. Since that's the case, I should help to fan the flames through stimulating the motivation of the other competitors. Let's see how this Zhang Shi will fare in the tournament this way. Imo Gaoyuan chuckled. Since Yang Shi wanted to put his student to the test, Imo Gaoyuan decided to lend him a hand. High-tier spirit stones may mean nothing much to a high-rank master teacher like Yang Shi, but to the master teachers from the regions surrounding Huanyu Empire, it was truly a priceless treasure. Offering this as the reward for the champion would surely motivate the geniuses participating in the tournament to give it their all, and this would in turn serve as a trial to temper Zhang Shi. Yes. Understanding the intentions behind Pavilion Master Mo's actions, Hong Qian carefully kept the jade box. Host the tournament well. Inform me of the results of the tournament as soon as possible. Chuckling lightly, Imo Gaoyuan leaped onto the back of the Saint Beast with Imo Qian. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly recalled something and turned around. You would do well to bury the matter regarding Yang Shi's deep in your mind and never speak of it. Warn the various sects and empires participating in the Master-Teacher tournament of this matter as well. If any of them dares to blab on this matter, I'll investigate the matter personally and crush them. His voice carried a sharp edge that induced goosebumps on one's skin. Since Yang Shi didn't want anyone to learn of his presence, there was a need to halt the flow of news sternly. Otherwise, if a mishap were to occur and the other party were to go on a rampage, no one would be able to stop him. Yes. Hong Qian nodded. Who? After warning Hong Qian, the Saint Beast flapped its wings, and before long, the trio disappeared amidst the boundless sky. Imo Gaoyuan and the others left in trepidation, not knowing that Yang Shi had also heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead upon their departure. It was truly too tiring to put on an act before a 6-star master teacher. It was fortunate that the other party didn't utilize or hadn't comprehended the Eye of Insight yet. Otherwise, there was no doubt that Zhang Xian would have been exposed. I should be safe now. At the very least, the present crisis was over. By the time the other party realized that something was amiss, Zhang Xian should already be powerful enough to deal with the situation then. After this matter, there should be no one who would dare to trifle with him within this period of time. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian was in the midst of contemplating his next course of action when an anxious voice sounded behind him. Lifting his gaze, he saw Wang Ying rushing into the main hall. Grand Teacher, may I know where Zhang Laoshi is? I have something urgent I need to speak to him about. What happened? Zhang Xian frowned. Only Zhang Laoshi will be able to help me with this matter, Wang Ying replied. Even though there was a troubled look on her face, her eyes were still fixated on the Grand Teacher before her. She was 80% certain that Yang Shi and Zhang Shi were the same person. Thus, she intentionally came over at this timing and asked such a question. If Zhang Laoshi remained absent during this entire period of time, she would be able to affirm her conjecture. Only I'll be able to help you with the matter? Wang Ying, what matter is it for you to act so secretively? Just as she was staring fixatedly at Yang Shi to gauge his reactions, an impassive voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, she saw Zhang Laoshi walking in from outside. The latter clasped his fist and greeted, Teacher, Yang Shi nodded. This? Wang Ying widened her eyes, dumbstruck. What was going on? Yang Shi and Zhang Laoshi actually appeared together? But aren't they the same person? Otherwise, how could they possibly have identical marks on their lower jaws? Wang Ying was completely stunned. She was extremely confident in her conjecture, and the abrupt situation caught her off guard. For a moment, she was at a complete loss. Wang Ying. Zhang Laoshi called. Returning to her senses, Wang Ying's face reddened in embarrassment. It seemed like she was indeed overthinking the matter. Zhang Laoshi was Yang Shi's student, so how could the both of them possibly be the same person? Her eyes must have been playing tricks on her that day. Reporting to Teacher and Grand Teacher, Lu Cheng has awoken. Wang Ying awkwardly clasped her fist. It had been half a month since Zhang Laoshi had used the Soul Rouse grass to save Lu Cheng. He's awake? Zhang Shi's eyes lit up. Yes. Wang Ying nodded her head. You should go over first. I'll hurry over after I'm done. Zhang Shi waved her hands. Yes, Wang Ying said before leaving the room. Her departure left Zhang Shi and Yang Shi staring at one another, and after a moment later, the both of them heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that Wang Ying was still doubtful of his identity, and thus, he immediately summoned his clone over. With both Yang Shi and Zhang Shi appearing at the same place simultaneously, no matter how confident Wang Ying was of her conjecture previously, she would have no choice but to accept it. All right, you should return back to the room to rest first. I'll go take a look on Lu Chong. Zhang Xian waved his hands, gesturing for the clone returned to the room. After ensuring that he was gone, he reverted back to his original appearance before walking over to Lu Chong's room. Teacher. As soon as he entered the room, a young man immediately rushed forward and kneeled before him. Who else could it be other than Lu Chong? Everything is fine as long as you're awake. Zhang Xian nodded his head. The other party had nearly died in order to save him. It was fortunate that the other party was fine now. Otherwise, Zhang Xian would surely blame himself for life. All of the efforts he had put into saving Lu Chong hadn't gone to vain. Your cultivation. Zhang Xian was just about to speak when he suddenly noticed Lu Chong's cultivation and froze. Chapter 573. Lu Chong's peculiarity. The cultivation of the young man before him was exactly the same as before Zhongshe realm. At the same time, there wasn't the slightest soul energy to be felt within him. It was as if what Zhang Xian saw before in the other party's consciousness was just a dream. Something is wrong? Zhang Xian frowned. He had once dived into the other party's consciousness, and putting aside how the other party's consciousness extended far beyond where his eye could reach, the other party's soul was also as humongous as a mountain. A thought popped into Zhang Xian's mind. Is it because he hasn't drawn his soul out yet? The strength of one's soul couldn't be perceived that easily. Only when one's soul was drawn out could it be assessed. Harboring such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian instructed, I'll impart you a soul cultivation technique. From now on, you should just focus on cultivating your soul. There's no need for you to cultivate your zhenqi anymore. Raising his hand, he placed a finger on the other party's glabella. Wang. A simplified version of Heaven's Path soul guiding formula appeared in Lu Chong's mind. Lu Chong's Zhongshe realm cultivation wasn't built on zhenqi cultivation, but the poison body he had cultivated through poison tempering. Physical body cultivation complemented soul cultivation more than zhenqi cultivation, and thus, Lu Chong would benefit more from this. Thank you, teacher. After swiftly browsing through the cultivation technique in his mind, Lu Chong turned to look at his teacher and clasped his fist in gratitude. Even though his soul had gone into dormancy, he was still able to perceive the happenings around him subconsciously through his senses. In other words, he was well aware of what his teacher had done for him ever since he'd gone into a coma, fighting against a transcendent mortal realm expert in Xinyuan Kingdom despite being only at Jizuan realm, buying down the soulless metal humanoid and venturing into the dangerous soul oracle tomb, severing his soul to nurture the soul-roused grass. The favor that the other party had shown to him was so great that it would be impossible for him to repay it within this lifetime. Not only so, the other party even gave him such a valuable cultivation technique without any hesitation. Clenching his fists tightly in determination, Lu Chong thought, Teacher, don't worry. I'll cultivate diligently so as to not disappoint you. He used to be a willful and lively person, but after the tragedy that befell his clan, reticence overshadowed all of his traits. Rather than expressing his gratitude verbally, he would rather show it through his diligence and perseverance. After browsing through the cultivation technique manual twice and memorizing it entirely, Lu Chong exhaled deeply and sat down on the floor. Zhang Xian also sat by the side to guard him. A soul drawn out for the first time was extremely vulnerable. The slightest mistake could possibly cause one's soul to dissipate along with the wind. Back then, Zhang Xian had drawn his soul out in an underground tomb, and on top of that, he was also cultivating the complete version of the soul-guiding formula. As such, he wasn't exposed to such vulnerability. However, the same couldn't be said for Lu Chong. Zhang Xian drew his soul, and began observing Lu Chang's condition intently. Sometime later, Lu Chang's body swayed, and his eyes gleamed brightly. A silhouette sharing the same appearance as him struggled out of his body. He had succeeded in drawing his soul out. His soul seems to be weak. Zhang Xian frowned deeply. Despite having drawn out his soul, Lu Cheng still wasn't as powerful as Zhang Xian thought he would be. Rather, just like any other cultivator drawing his soul out for the first time, his soul was extremely weak, and even the weakest gust of wind could easily dissipate it. What was going on? Given the size of the latter's consciousness and soul back then, how could his soul be so weak? Teacher, the world a soul perceives is very different from what one's eyes can see. Seeing a different world before him, Lu Cheng was visibly excited. Your soul is still very weak, so try to suppress such intense emotions. Take this spirit stone and quickly cultivate to stabilize your soul. After throwing a middle-tier spirit stone to Lu Cheng, Zhang Xian tapped his glabella once again, imparting him the Heaven's Path soul art. Not just wind, even intense emotions could induce instability in a nascent soul. Thus, it was best for Lu Cheng to cultivate as quickly as possible to stabilize his condition. But in any case, given that Zhang Xian was guarding by the side, and there was sufficient cultivation techniques and middle-tier spirit stones to drive Lu Cheng's condition, there shouldn't be any trouble at all. After all, these were much better than the conditions Zhang Xian had back then. Yes, suppressing his emotions, Lu Cheng's soul sat before the middle-tier spirit stone and began absorbing the spiritual energy contained within to cultivate. His cultivation speed isn't too fast either. Was I really mistaken? Zhang Xian scratched his head. The rate of Lu Cheng's cultivation contradicted what Zhang Xian had seen in the other party's consciousness. If Lu Cheng really possessed acquired soul physique, given his strong fundamentals, his cultivation would surely improve at an unimaginable speed. Even Zhang Xian might be left in the dust. But contrary to Zhang Xian's conjecture, there was nothing extraordinary about the latter's performance. Could it be that he was mistaken? Did Lu Cheng not possess acquired soul physique? But if Zhang Xian was mistaken, why would Lu Cheng's consciousness and soul be that huge? While thinking about these doubts, Zhang Xian noticed that Lu Cheng's soul had already stabilized. Since the other party had already overcome the vulnerable period, there was no need for him to stand guard anymore. Thus, Zhang Xian left the room, looked for Mo Hunsheng, and raised his doubts with him. Even though Mo Hunsheng had already imparted his techniques to him, the other party's knowledge of souls still far surpassed his. After all, the latter was a 6-star soul oracle who had lived several 10,000 years. That, I'm not too sure as well. Why don't I take a look after young Master Lu Cheng is done with his cultivation? Mo Hunsheng wasn't too clear what was going on as well, so he could only shake his head uncertainly. It would be better if he could take a look personally, so as to better understand the situation. Zhang Xian nodded his head before returning to his room. He had spent the entire night guarding Lu Cheng for his cultivation, and the master-teacher tournament would commence that day. No matter what, Zhang Xian should make some preparations for it. While the prize of middle-tier spirit stones was no longer as attractive to him as before, it was still a good opportunity for him to strike out his reputation. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to advance further as a master-teacher. Walking into the room, Zhang Xian saw the clone cultivating by the side and said, "From today onward, you're called clone, and you shall address me as the main." The clone nodded his head. "I'll be participating in the master-teacher tournament soon, so you can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, if someone were to see you while cleaning up the room, it would be difficult for me to explain the matter." The residence they were currently staying at was offered by Zhao Feiwu, and there were attendants from the Alliance head residence here to tidy up the place. It was one thing if Zhang Xian was still at the residence, but if he was off participating in the master-teacher tournament and one of the attendants were to see another Zhang Xian here, wouldn't that person be scared to death? As for disguising himself as Zhang Xian, while the clone was capable of executing Heaven's Path disguise art, he didn't possess the library of Heaven's Path. That made it likely for him to give himself away if he were to meet high-rank master teachers. The clone had also considered this problem, and he replied, "I'll go into your storage ring then." "You can go into my storage ring?" Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. The space in the storage ring was a vacuum. If any being were to enter the premises, they would die swiftly. Putting aside transcendent mortals, even saints would be unable to survive under such conditions. However, his clone was different. The physical body of the clone was crafted from a god artifact, the Nine Hearts Lotus. Breathing wasn't required for its existence. Flame and water couldn't impair it. Swords and sabers couldn't wound it. It wasn't a problem for it to be placed in the storage ring. However, as Zhang Xian was too used to the concept of life forms cannot exist in the storage ring, he instinctively asked the question. Store. Knowing that the clone could enter his storage ring, Zhang Xian stretched out his hand and drew the clone into his storage ring. Who? The clone immediately entered the storage ring, disappearing from sight. Bringing his clone along with him would help him avoid many unnecessary problems. As for Yang Shi being absent from the residence, it would only be weird if a high-rank master teacher of the other party's caliber appeared frequently around the residence. Leaving his room, Zhang Xian headed for the main hall, where he saw Pavilion Master Kong, Ruohuan Gongzi, and a few other people waiting. At this moment, Ruohuan Gongzi had already reinforced his cultivation as a transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle sturdily. His eyes were filled with a brilliant, energetic glow. On top of his cultivation, it seemed like his comprehension of master teachers as an occupation had deepened significantly. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Pavilion Master Kong chuckled and gestured. The Master Teacher Tournament is a public event, and it will be conducted on the field outside the Alliance Head residence. Zhang Shi, let's proceed over. All right. Nodding, Zhang Xian was just about to leave when a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Senior, I'll accompany you. Say senior? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Turning around, he saw that garden owner Shui was in the room as well. At this very moment, garden owner Shui exuded a steady aura which reflected perfect harmony between her soul and her physical body. Clearly, she had broken through her bottleneck and reached transcendent mortal 5-dan, consonant spirit realm. It was only due to the impairment of her soul previously that she had been unable to progress any further from clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. But half a month ago, Yang Shi imparted her a technique that could heal her impaired soul. Along with the strong foundation she had built up through the years, she successfully advanced to become a consonant spirit realm expert. On top of that, one could vaguely sense that her cultivation had already reached consonant spirit realm primary stage pinnacle. All she was lacking now was an impetus to advance to intermediate stage. Zhang Xian was initially surprised by the rapid growth of the latter, but after thinking about it, he soon came to a realization. In order to treat her impaired soul, garden owner Shui had been spending the past few decades absorbing the spirit of the medicinal herbs in her herb field. Even though it wasn't able to heal her impaired soul, it didn't go to waste either. If Zhang Xian's conjecture wasn't off, there was a good chance that her cultivation would surge all the way to consonant spirit realm pinnacle within a short period of time. Indeed, Yang Shi has accepted me as his student, and given that you're his direct disciple, isn't it only right for me to address you as senior? Garden owner Shui clasped her fist. Ah, that's true. Only then did it hit Zhang Xian. That day, due to the urgent circumstances, he knew that there was a chance that his scare might not work. Thus, he accepted Shui Yao as his student and imparted her with a technique to resolve the issue of her impaired soul. Through doing so, he would be able to earn her gratitude. And fortunately, everything went according to plan. A golden page was formed out of her gratitude, and it was through this that Zhang Xian was able to smash sect leader Bai, thus successfully instilling fear into the others. It was on a whim that he decided to do so. After all, there was no better solution then, and he'd forgotten about the matter after that. He didn't really expect the other party to take it seriously. Given that garden owner Shui was Yang Shi's student and Zhang Xian was the direct disciple, given the higher ranking of direct disciples in the lineage, it was indeed right for her to address him as such. There won't be any danger in the Master-Teacher Tournament, so you need not worry about it. It would be better if you stood guard here. Even though he knew that the other party was doing this out of goodwill, Zhang Xian waved his hands to turn her down. Given that the Master-Teacher Tournament was an activity organized by the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Anyone who dares to cause trouble in it would be deemed as an enemy of the Master-Teacher tournament. There was no one who would dare to take such a risk. Thus, it was unlikely there would be any threat to Zhang Xian's safety. This garden owner Shui hesitated. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Waving his hands, Zhang Xian followed behind Pavilion Master Kong and walked out of the main hall. "Master-Teacher tournament, here I come." Chapter 574. Prize of the tournament. The reason why Zhang Xian had traveled all the way to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance was for this tournament. While the final prize was only 100 middle-tier spirit stones, it no longer possessed as much of an allure to him anymore with his newfound wealth. As long as he emerged as the champion, he would become highly regarded by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. With such, it would be easier for him to gain access to transcendent mortal Fordan cultivation techniques. Besides, his cultivation and capability had already reached a bottleneck in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. If he wanted to progress any further, he would need to venture into higher-tiered empires. The top 10 of this tournament will gain the chance to study at Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy, and this was a good opportunity as well. Thus, Zhang Xian still bore some expectations for the Master-Teacher tournament. "Zhang Shi, I've spent the last few days compiling a list of potential contenders for the top 10 places. You should take a look." Pavilion Master Kong handed a book over. He hadn't been idling about the past half a month either. He'd had his men investigate the other powers, and eventually, he managed to compile this list. With this list, the participants of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance would be able to prepare themselves. After all, like the saying goes, if you know your enemies and know yourself, you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. "Thank you." Knowing that the other party had put in a lot of effort into the list, Zhang Xian nodded his head and casually flipped it open. The number 1 contender to look out for is Luo Xin, the direct disciple of sect leader Luo Huang of Fleeting Cloud Sect. For Star Pinnacle Master Teacher, Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle. Supporting occupations, 4-star Physician, 4-star Formation Master. This fellow is actually the number 1 contender to look out for? A bizarre expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Zhang Xian remembered this fellow. Half a month ago, he used 150 middle-tier spirit stones to bargain with Yang Shi, 4-sect leader Luo Huang's life. Based on what Sun Chong had said regarding the other party, it seemed like the other party had also nearly died from being crushed under the demon sink beast. This kind of fool was actually the number 1 contender for the champion seat of the Master-Teacher tournament? Cough cough. Seeing Zhang Xian's bizarre gaze, Pavilion Master Kong immediately deduced what he was thinking about and coughed. "Actually, Luo Xin isn't as bad as you think. He's extremely strong, and even if I were to go against him, it would be hard to tell who would emerge triumphant." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian nodded his head in agreement. The demon sink beast possessed the dragon bloodline. It was normal for cultivators of the same cultivation level to be unable to match up to it. By no means should one judge Luo Xian's strength through that encounter. And of course, when Zhang Xian met the latter in the capacity as Yang Shi, given how even half 5-star master teachers dared not utter a single word of dissonance, naturally, a 4-star pinnacle master teacher like him wouldn't dare to get ahead of himself. So, in truth, Luo Xian was still quite a fearsome adversary to face. At the very least, there were very few cultivators at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle who would be a match for him. But of course, even though he is placed number 1 in the contenders to look out for in the tournament, the truth is that the capabilities of the top 10 on the list are around the same level. It'll be hard to say for sure who would be in the first place. Pavilion Master Kong continued. Noting that, Zhang Xian continued looking through the list. And just as Pavilion Master Kong said, there really wasn't much disparity in the capabilities of the top 10. They were all 4-star Master Teacher, clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle experts. Given that they possessed similar cultivation realms and Master Teacher ranking, it would be impossible to tell who was above whom. It didn't take long for Zhang Xian to finish browsing through the book. Of the 28 powers, a total of 56 participants had been elected, and even the weakest of them was a 4-star primary Master Teacher. In other words, Zhang Xian was the weakest of the lot. And considering how Ruo Huan Gongzi was the only 4-star master teacher back in the selection rounds, it was no wonder why the Myriad Kingdom Alliance was always placed in the lower rankings each tournament. Furthermore, only powers with talents who placed amongst the top in the tournament would be granted better resources, and it was through such resources that they would be able to groom even more formidable master teachers, and vice versa. Thus, this formed both a virtuous cycle and a vicious cycle. It wouldn't be a mistake to say that if the Myriad Kingdom Alliance were to continue with its placing in the Master Teacher Tournament, it would be a matter of time before it was annexed by other powers, turning it into a mere name in history books. This was precisely the reason why every single power viewed the Master Teacher Tournament with utmost importance, not daring to let their guard down at all. Song Chao. As he browsed through the book once more, in the 25th rank, he saw a familiar name, Song Chao. He didn't expect the fellow whom he had beguiled for so many times to be placed so highly in the list of contenders. Digesting the information, Zhang Xian gained a good grasp of the various contenders in the tournament. Zhang Shi, your knowledge as a master teacher and in your supporting occupation is unmatched by any of the participants in the Master Teacher Tournament. Even though your cultivation is slightly lacking, as long as your luck is good, getting into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem at all. Pavilion Master consoled. Zhang Shi had accomplished extraordinary feats in the selection rounds, but before so many geniuses, his radiance became dim. Putting others aside, just his cultivation alone would pose a fatal weakness to him. It was just like the wooden planks making up a pail. Only when all of them were long could one fill the pail with more water. As long as one of the wooden planks was short, it would be all for naught. Similarly, Master Teacher Tournament assessed one's overall strength. Even if one was proficient in everything except for one aspect, that single aspect would be exploited by one's competitors. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for Zhang Xian to achieve an even higher placing than that. Knowing what Pavilion Master Kong was worried about, Zhang Xian asked, "Are the tests for the tournament decided yet?" Pavilion Master Kong pondered for a moment before replying. "It has already been decided, but we aren't privy to such information. The tests are decided solely by Hong Shi, and to uphold fairness, it was decided that he will announce the tests on the spot." Even Pavilion Master Kong wasn't entitled to the contents of the examination. Otherwise, there was a possibility that he could conduct special training for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's participants to have them adapt to the conditions they would be subjected to in the tournament. If so, that would compromise the integrity of the tournament. In any case, given that it was Hong Shi hosting the event, as a 5-star master teacher and a master teacher of Hongfeng Empire, there was no need for anyone to worry about him siding with powers. Hongfeng Empire was a vassal empire directly under Huanyu Empire, and it was significantly stronger than Fleeting Cloud Sect, White Helios Sect, Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and powers of that level. Even among unranked empires, it was ranked at the forefront. Even though I'm not too sure what the test will be, there has been some news on the prize recently. Pavilion Master Kang's eyes glowed in agitation. Prize? Isn't it 100 middle-tier spirit stones, and the opportunity to study in Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. Zhang Xian had heard of it from Su Shi back then, and there was nothing to be odd about. That was indeed the case back then, but the prize has been raised recently. The new prize is so high that even I can't help but feel moved. Pavilion Master Kong said excitedly. Last night, the heads of the various powers in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance received news from Hong Shi regarding the increase in the prize of the tournament. When he first set eyes on the information regarding the prize, despite being a top expert and the head of a master teacher pavilion, his breathing couldn't help but hasten, and his eyes widened uncontrollably in disbelief. He thought that the prize offered previously was already sufficiently generous, but compared to the new one, it was nothing at all. It was as though an ant meeting an elephant. "Oh, what is the new prize offered?" Zhang Xian asked in interest. "The one who is placed first in the tournament will receive a high-tier spirit stone," Pavilion Master Kong said. "High-tier spirit stone? Wasn't it 100 middle-tier spirit stone? How did it turn into a high-tier spirit stone?" As though fearing that Zhang Xian couldn't understand the value of a high-tier spirit stone, Pavilion Master Kong explained, "A high-tier spirit stone has the value equivalent to 10,000 middle-tier spirit stone, and that's assuming that there's a person willing to sell it. Its value is unimaginable. 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones? Zhang Xian's breathing hastened as well. He had worked so hard, putting himself at grievous risk, only to extort 600 middle-tier spirit stones from the fleeting Cloud sect and 13 other powers. Yet, to think that being placed first in the tournament would earn him a high-tier spirit stone straight, this was way too exaggerated. Indeed. And on top of the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he will also be allowed to cultivate in Cleansing Lake for 3 days. Pavilion Master Kong continued, Cleansing Lake? What's that? Zhang Xian asked curiously. It's one of the greatest treasures of Huanyu Empire's royalty, as well as the greatest foundation behind its establishment. Unconcealable envy shone in Pavilion Master Kang's eyes as he said, cultivators who have managed to reach clarifying turbidity realm understand that turbid and clear also refers to one's physical body and soul respectively. The Cleansing Lake is a blessed land that nourishes one's soul. Cultivating there, one's soul would undergo a metamorphosis, thus increasing one's chance of achieving a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm significantly. If I were to get a chance to cultivate there for 3 days, the chances of me being able to reach consonant spirit realm would surely be more than 50%. However, the Cleansing Lake is one of the most precious resources of Huanyu Empire, and there are limited slots to its use. Only for the Master Teacher Tournament, which happens once every decade. Are they willing to spare a few slots? Zhang Xian nodded his head calmly in response, but on the inside, he was astonished. To increase the chances of Pavilion Master Kong advancing to consonant spirit realm to more than 50%, that Cleansing Lake was indeed formidable. A high-tier spirit stone, the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and 3 days of cultivation in the Cleansing Lake. Honestly, just any single one of them was enough to send countless experts into frenzy. And yet, for the 3 of them to be the prize of the champion of the Master Teacher Pavilion, fearsome. What about the second place? Since the reward for the first place was so generous, what about the second place? The second pales a lot in comparison. It's 300 middle-tier spirit stones, the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and 2 days in the Cleansing Lake. Pavilion Master Kong replied. Even though it was just a single placing, the rewards had decreased by manifolds. Putting aside the reduction of a single day in Cleansing Lake, there was a difference of 30 times in value between a high-tier spirit stone and 300 middle-tier spirit stones. And the third place is 100 middle-tier spirit stone and 1 day in the Cleansing Lake. As for the 4th to 10th place, they won't be allowed to enter the Cleansing Lake, and they will only be given 10 middle-tier spirit stones each. But fortunately, all of them will be given the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Pavilion Master Kong recounted the rewards of the top 10 of the Master Teacher Tournament. Seems like I really must take the first place. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. He was still thinking that it would suffice as long as he got into the top 10 in the tournament, but with the increased rewards, his determination to obtain the first position was sparked. Putting aside everything else, just the high-tier spirit stone in itself was invaluable to him. With this, he could probably cultivate all the way to the pinnacle of the transcendent mortal without worrying about spirit stones. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Pavilion Master Kong smiled bitterly. Indeed, it would be good to take the first place. However, how could it be so easy? There wasn't anyone who wasn't interested in the first place, especially with the increased reward. But considering the talented geniuses who would be participating in the tournament, it would be no easy feat. Yang Shi was a formidable master teacher. There were probably none who would dare to cross his path. However, Yang Shi's existence was only known amongst the top echelons of the 14 powers. The participants of the tournament were unaware of it. Thus, there would be no one who would go easy on Zhang Shi just because he was Yang Shi's student. Zhang Shi might be formidable in other aspects, but when it comes to a battle of cultivation, he stood little hope. Even though Pavilion Master Kong had entrusted his hopes to Zhang Shi, he didn't bear much expectation for the latter to take down the champion position. We're here. Upon hearing Pavilion Master Kang's sigh, Zhang Xian was just about to speak, but Ruohuan Gongzi's voice sounded. Lifting his gaze, he realized that they had already arrived in the square in front of the Alliance head residence. At the current moment, the square was bustling with huge crowds. After so many days, the Master Teacher Tournament was finally going to begin. Chapter 575. Rules of the Tournament. Walking along the packed crowd, Zhang Xian saw a huge round stage placed at the center of the square. The top of the stage was veiled beneath a layer of fog, making it impossible to perceive what was hidden inside. Most likely, this should be a formation preventing anyone from peering into the contents inside. Countless master teachers, dressed in robes, were seated around the stage. Zhang Xian briefly scanned the surroundings with his gaze. As expected of the Master Teacher Tournament, there was a total of several thousand people from all 28 powers, including the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Every single one had an emblem reflecting their respective ranks pinned on their chests, and reflected light glared from them. How many times in one's life could one see such a grand festival where several thousand master teachers were gathered together? It was no wonder why the citizens of Myriad Kingdom Alliance were so excited, camping at the square from such early hours. In order to prevent any accidents from occurring, the Alliance head residents had been making preparations from half a month ago. All of their elites were stationed around the area, ready to take any countermeasures should any unexpected situation occur. So, this is the Master Teacher Tournament. So many master teachers are gathered here. It's so difficult to meet even a single one of those lofty master teachers under normal circumstances, and yet, a few thousand of them were gathered here today. To be able to see so many formidable master teachers competing against one another, I would have no regrets even if I were to drop dead now. Such discussions were occurring throughout the crowd. Their excitement over the Master Teacher Tournament was apparent through their words and expressions. The Master Teacher Tournament only happened once every decade, and on top of that, the location where it would be hosted was randomly selected each time. Given that it was conducted in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance this time, there was no way they could miss the festival. In truth, the Master Teacher Tournament also had the intention of utilizing the fanfare behind the tournament to display the might of the Master Teachers, as well as boost the popularity of this occupation and bring new blood into the organization. Look, it's Ruahuan Gongzi. He's so handsome. The person beside him must be Zhang Shi, right? I think so. I became his loyal fan after hearing of his affairs. Me too. Despite forfeiting the final test in the selection round, he was still able to take the top position. There is no one else in Myriad Kingdom Alliance who is capable of such a feat. Upon the arrival of the trio, someone exclaimed and a wave of cheering sounded from the crowd. Even though the selection round was conducted within the Master Teacher Hall, perhaps due to how astonishing those feats were, everyone in Myriad Kingdom City swiftly learned of the matter. A 4-star Master Teacher who wasn't even in his 20s yet, a person who, through his astounding capabilities, convinced the Physician Guild, Formation Master Guild, Beast Hall, and other supporting occupations to make an exception and allow for the promotion in his ranking. The candidate stood above Ruahuan Gongzi and the other geniuses in the selection rounds despite participating in only 4 of the tests. All 3 of these were legendary feats in themselves, and any one of them could easily won the admiration of the younger generation. Zhang Shi is so dashing. Dashing? Why does he look like a pervert to me instead? Pervert? Even if he's really a pervert, I'm still willing to marry him and bear his children. A few young ladies bucked up their courage and shouted loudly. Zhang Xian's astounding feats previously had captured their hearts. Pervert? Bear my children? Dark streaks filled Zhang Xian's face. What the heck was that? Seems like Zhang Shi's reputation has exceeded even that of mine. Pavilion Master Kong chuckled as he stroked his beard. Just 2 months ago, there was no one in Myriad Kingdom City, not even him, who had heard of Zhang Xian. And yet, at this very moment, his name was known in every single household throughout the capital. The Master Teacher Tournament was indeed capable of inducing a rapid surge in one's reputation. Right after Zhang Xian and the rest squeezed through the crowd and gathered together with the group from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed up to him in agitation. You're finally out of seclusion. It was the second princess of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Zhao Feiwu. Ever since his return from Yinyang Lake, Zhang Xian had been in seclusion. For the past 2 months, he had hardly met anyone. At this moment, Zhao Feiwu was no longer disguised as a male. Instead, she wore a simple dress that brought out her lithe figure. She carried a majestic but warm disposition unique to princesses like her, and from afar, she looked no different from a fairy. Looking at the young lady before her, Zhang Xian nodded his head. It seemed that Zhao Feiwu had been cultivating in the past 2 months. Vaguely, he could sense that she had reached Fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm. To be able to improve so swiftly in such a short period of time, even though the immense pool of resources from the Alliance head residence played a part, she must possess superior talent as well. Zhang Shi, Jin Songhai, who was in charge of guarding her, stepped forward and greeted Zhang Xian. "Take a seat." After trading some pleasantries, the few of them sat down, and soon, from the top of the round stage in the center, an elder could be seen walking over. "This is 5-star Master Teacher Hong Shi. He's in charge of hosting this Master Teacher tournament." Pavilion Master Kong whispered to Zhang Xian telepathically. Zhang Xian shot a glance over to the elder on the stage. Hong Shi had a tall stature, and his hands and legs were extremely long. The aura he exuded seemed to be perfectly aligned with the surroundings, as though there was a giant bridge within his body connecting him to the environment, nourishing his body and soul with spiritual energy. Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan, Cosmos Bridge Realm. One of the basic requirements to becoming a 5-star Master Teacher was to achieve this level of cultivation. Cosmos Bridge Realm was signified by the presence of an intangible bridge within one's body that aligned one with the world. Even without cultivating consciously, spiritual energy would flow along the bridge to nourish one's body, resulting in a constant rise in one's cultivation. At such a realm, one's zhenqi and soul would grow at a fearsome pace, and one would truly wield the strength to move mountains and fill oceans. To think that he's a formidable figure as well. Zhang Xian had met Hong Shi just yesterday, and standing behind him Hong Yuan, the other party looked no different from a timid quail. Thus, he didn't expect the other party to possess such an impressive cultivation level. In fact, given his current cultivation realm, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for the other party. His zhenqi was at Transcendent Mortal Realm 3 Dan Pinnacle, whereas his soul was at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Realm Pinnacle. In total, his strength added up to 2,600,000 ding, and it wouldn't be a problem even if his opponent was a Consonant Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage cultivator. But against a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert, he wouldn't even be able to retaliate. Even at primary stage, an expert of that caliber would possess a strength of 4 million ding. Putting aside their deep comprehension and control over the environment, just their immense strength posed a huge threat in itself. Everyone. Just as Zhang Xian was harboring such thoughts, Hong Shi suddenly stopped in his footsteps and spoke. His voice seemed to harness the roar of the thunders, and it resounded clearly in the surroundings. The entire square, consisting of several 10,000 people, immediately fell silent upon hearing his words. His words were spoken through impartation of heaven's will, thus inducing deference amongst the crowd. No one in the square dared to defy his words. "I am honored to be invited as the host of the once-in-decade Master Teacher Tournament." Waving his hands, Hong Shi glanced through the crowd. "I believe everyone should know the rewards for the tournament. In the interest of time, I'll skip the pleasantries and move on straight to the structure of the tournament and the rules behind it." Hearing those words, the crowd subconsciously held in the breath, fearing that they might miss a single word. There were at least several thousand ways to conduct the tests of the Master Teacher Tournament that they knew of, and thus, it was impossible to predict. Interested, Zhang Xian's eyes also fell on Hong Shi. He had always been curious how the Master Teacher Tournament could ensure fairness while avoiding harming the camaraderie among fellow Master Teachers. As 4-star Master Teachers, you have stepped into the ranks of an intermediate Master Teacher, and there has been a significant rise in your standing. Naturally, this also means a greater responsibility towards enlightening the world, and your capability must be up to par to fulfill that responsibility. Soul depth, cultivation realm, knowledge impartation, understanding of cultivation, identification of flaws. I believe you have already undergone tests assessing you on those aspects in the selection rounds in your respective empires and sections. As such, it would be meaningless if I were to test you on those aspects as well, and it would be hard to assess your capabilities fully through such too. Hong Shi smiled as he looked at the participants of the tournament. But if the participants are not assessed on these, what would they be assessed on? Everyone was stunned. Those were the utmost fundamentals to master teachers, and as such, they were used as criteria to determine the capability of a master teacher. If they weren't competing on those aspects in the master teacher tournament, then what would they be competing on? Calm down. Allow me to finish my words first. Seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Hong Shi continued, the tournament will consist of 2 main stages, preliminary selection and dueling round. There will be 4 tests in the preliminary selection, and only the participants who clear all 4 tests will be qualified for the dueling round. Those who fail in any one of the tests will be eliminated from the tournament. Preliminary selection? Dueling round? A grim expression appeared on the faces of the crowd. They thought that the tournament would be similar to the selection round, where they were assessed on their soul depth, cultivation, and such. They didn't expect it to take on such a complicated structure. I'm sure everyone should understand what dueling is, so I won't elaborate on it. So, I'll just touch on the preliminary selection. Hong Shi continued, since you have been chosen as the representative of your power, you must be amongst the top of the younger generation, and there is a good chance that you might advance to become a 5-star master teacher or even higher one day. However, the higher ranked you are, the harder it is for you to advance. Talent isn't all there is to a master teacher, and strength is just one of the many factors you will need. Temperament, courage, wisdom, and intelligence. These are of utmost importance as well. Only with these can you surpass your peers and reach incredible heights in the future. Thus, I've designed 4 tests relating to each of these for the preliminary selection. Tests to assess temperament, courage, wisdom, and intelligence? How can such qualities be assessed? I've no idea too. But since Hong Shi is the one conducting the examination, there's no need to worry about the fairness of the tests. Indeed, with so many master teachers present here, it's impossible for him to be biased. I'm just curious as to how these intangible qualities can be assessed. After understanding the content for the examination, everyone was shocked. As master teachers, they had heard of tests on one's ability to impart knowledge and comprehension of a cultivation technique. Never in their lives had they heard of tests on one's temperament, courage, wisdom, and intelligence. After all, as intangible qualities, they couldn't be quantified and measured directly. Ignoring the commotion amidst the crowd, Hong Shi waved his hands and said, "All right, participants, proceed up the stage. Let's go up." Zhang Xian and Ruohuan Gongzi glanced at one another before standing up and walking up to the stage. The master teachers from other powers also advanced forward. They were all geniuses below their 30s, and the 4 stars on the emblems pinned before their chests reflected their talents and capabilities. Zhang Xian scanned the faces of the crowd proceeding up the stage, and with the exception of Luo Xian and Song Chao, he didn't recognize anyone else. The primary requirement for the Master Teacher Tournament is that participants mustn't exceed the age of 30. At the entrance to the stage, there is a crystal ball. Before coming in, touch the crystal ball, and based on the aura of your soul, it'll reflect your actual age. Hong Shi added. Zhang Xian glanced at the entrance of the round stage and saw a crystal ball exuding a warm glow being placed on top of a pedestal by the entrance. To uphold the integrity behind the Master Teacher Tournament, there were strict checks to prevent any unqualified personnel from participating in the tournament. This crystal ball could peer deep within one's soul. Just by touching it, it was able to accurately determine one's actual age. Chapter 576. Ghost Domain. Illusory City. Through pills or unique techniques, cultivators could warp their appearances to make them look young. Sometimes, even high-rank master teacher would be unable to see through some of these disguises. On the other hand, a human soul was forged at birth, and it would mature with the passing of time. There was no cultivation technique or means that could conceal one's soul age. Thus, using one's soul to assess one's age was viewed to be the fairest method, and no one voiced any complaints. Soon, all 56 participants had passed the crystal ball test. Most of them were between 28 and 29, and the oldest of them all was 29-year-old and 11 months. Naturally, the youngest of the lot was Zhang Xian. He was still 2 months away from reaching 20, and everyone couldn't help but be shocked upon seeing such a young participant. After all, the others were around a decade older than him. Considering his age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most talented of all those gathered there. Why does the Myriad Kingdom Alliance seem to be regressing as time passes? Indeed, to have this child compete with us, it seems like they have given up all hope. They've placed last consecutively so many times. It's no wonder that they have already lost their confidence at this point. Many people expressed their disdain for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Despite Yang Shi driving away 14 of the strongest powers in the region single-handedly that day, the entire incident had been hushed, and all news regarding it had been suppressed. As such, most of the spectators, and even the participating master teachers, were unaware of the matter. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance had never achieved good results in the past, and upon seeing that they had sent in a lad who was a decade younger than the other participants, naturally, they thought that they had given up on the tournament. Since everyone fulfills the requirements, allow me to delve deeper into the details regarding the preliminary selection. Seeing that everyone had cleared the verification, Hong Shi chuckled. The first round, temperament. At this point, Hong Shi waved his hands. This is the ghost domain illusory city that was left behind by 5-star master teacher Fei Yuzi. This artifact harnesses the concepts of Qi Min Dunjia, and it is an extremely valuable treasure. Who? The vision before everyone blurred for an instant as the fog cleared for a corner of the stage, revealing a towering fortress. Red bricks, emerald roof, white walls, and green corridors. From afar, it exuded a sinister aura, sending a cold chill down one's spine. Ghost Domain Illusory City? What is that? I seem to remember seeing this in some book before. If I recall correctly, it is a unique treasure harnessing the concepts of Qi Min Dunjia. As for what exactly it is, or how the test will be carried out, I've no idea as well. Qi Min Dunjia? What's that? It's an extremely rare, unique occupation. I heard that there isn't a single branch, even in Huanyu Empire. Seeing a fortress appear amidst the fog, a huge commotion broke out. Even Pavilion Master Kong and the others couldn't help but frown in doubt. Despite their vast knowledge, they had never heard of it before. There is only one entrance and exit to the Ghost Domain Illusory City. In the temperament test, you will pass the test as long as you leave via the exit within an instant's time of passing through the entrance. Hong Shi chuckled as he revealed the rules. So simple, but we can only see the entrance. Where is the exit? I've no idea either. However, we should be able to find it after we go in. Upon hearing the simple rules behind the challenge, everyone was taken aback. Even Zhang Xian felt a little bewildered. All of them were 4-star master teachers who possessed superior eyes of discernment. Even if the Ghost Domain Illusory City possessed some kind of beguilement formation, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to overcome it. Since this was the preliminary selection for the Master Teacher Tournament, how could it be that easy? Do you think that the test is easy? Let me just tell you in advance, don't bank on luck. It isn't as easy as it seems. Noticing everyone's doubtful gazes, Hong Shi chuckled. The Ghost Domain Illusory City only allows one person to be on its premises at any time. Since there are a total of 56 people here, an order must be established. Since we've just verified everyone's ages, let's go by age, starting from the youngest. And so, the first to enter shall be Zhang Shi. Since Zhang Xian was the youngest, he would have to be the first one to enter under such an order. In truth, the reason why Hong Shi made such an arrangement was to see how capable Yang Shi's direct disciple was as well. Me. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in bewilderment. Hong Shi nodded his heads. Allow Zhang Shi to go up first? Isn't that a little too reckless? Beneath the stage, Pavilion Master Kong, Elder Su, and the other elders of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion glanced at one another as their mouths twitched. I don't think that it's a good idea. Elder Wu nodded his head in agreement. During the selection round back then, he had suffered greatly under Zhang Shi's hands. The latter's means were simply way too peculiar to allow him to go up first. Hong Shi, you are being incautious. Hong Shi, why don't I go first? Zhang Shi can go after everyone is done. Ruohuan Gongzi also swiftly came to a realization and stepped forward. What are you up to? Hong Shi has already said that we'll go by age. Are you trying to flout the rules? I advise you to just back out of the tournament. To cower right before a challenge, even if your myriad kingdom alliance cares not for its reputation, please don't demean master teachers as an occupation. Isn't it a little too late to feel fear at this point? Hearing Ruohuan Gongzi's words, the other master teachers in the surroundings sneered coldly. The first one to enter tended to be at a disadvantage given that he wouldn't have any idea about what he could expect from the test. In their view, Zhang Xian had cowered at the last moment and thus, Ruohuan Gongzi tried to step forward in his place. Furthermore, upon thinking of the latter's age and cultivation, their disdain only served to further deepen. Don't worry, the test will be fair. It doesn't matter whether you are the first one to enter or the final one to enter. The Qi-Min Dunjia in the Ghost Domain Illusory City is constantly changing, and it won't repeat itself. The encounter of the first challenger will be of no analytical value to the rest. Thinking that Zhang Shi was worried about this issue, Hong Shi chuckled. Also, the offensive mechanisms in the artifact will automatically come to a halt within an incense's time. Thus, regardless of your cultivation realm, there will be no threat to your life. Don't worry, I can deal with it. Zhang Xian turned to Ruohuan Gongzi and reassured him. The Ghost Domain Illusory City sounded fearsome, but it did little to faze him. You should enter now. Hearing the lack of fear in Zhang Xian's voice, a hint of commendation flashed across Hong Shi's face as he beckoned the latter in. Lifting his feet, Zhang Xian walked into the entrance of the castle. As Zhang Xian disappeared into the entrance, a bitter smile slowly formed on Ruohuan Gongzi's face. I don't doubt that you will be able to deal with it. What I fear is that the Ghost Domain Illusory City won't be able to deal with you. After the days he had spent with Zhang Xian, he had gained a deep understanding of that fellow. Even though he often looked confused, his incredible means could easily scare a person to death once he made a move. Putting aside Elder Wu, Elder Bai, and the others who nearly went insane after being tortured physically and mentally from him, just the experience in the Glacier Plain Court spoke tons about him. They were supposed to cultivate in the Yinyang Lake, but before they could even see the Yinyang Lake, he had already sapped the seedwater dry. Common sense simply didn't seem to apply to him. This Ghost Domain Illusory City looked formidable, but Ruohuan Gongzi had little doubt that something could go awry given that Zhang Xian was involved. Let's just hope that my thoughts are wrong. Grabbing his heart, Ruohuan Gongzi thought, there's no need to worry. Given Zhang Shi's extraordinary strength, he won't be in danger. Seeing the awful look on Ruohuan Gongzi's face, Song Chao walked over to console. Failing to meet Zhang Xian the past few days, he often spent his time at the Master Teacher Pavilion, and at where he became acquainted with Ruohuan Gongzi. Coming from similar backgrounds and having a common topic from their experiences in being wrecked by Zhang Shi, even though they were rivals, they couldn't help but feel a sense of connection to one another. Cough cough. I'm not worried that Zhang Shi would be in danger, but halfway through his words, Ruohuan Gongzi abruptly came to a halt. I hope that I'm just overthinking it. You're not worried that he will be in danger? What do you mean by that? It can't be that you're worried that the Ghost Domain Illusory City will be in danger? Before Song Chao could respond, a young man not too far away flung his sleeves and sneered, "What a joke." The duo turned around, only to see a young man with thick eyebrows and high-nose bridge. Ruohuan Gongzi recognized the other party. Frigid Gale Sect's Liao Wuji. He is the second in ranking on the list of contenders to watch out for. Even though this young man's words were unpleasant to the ear, his capability wasn't to be underestimated. He was the #1 genius of Frigid Gale Sect, the second most popular contender for the champion seat in the Master Teacher Tournament. Not knowing how to reply, Ruohuan Gongzi replied awkwardly that, "You shouldn't underestimate Zhang Shi. He's quite formidable." Formidable? Liao Wuji harumphed. It's only because you don't know how fearsome the ghost domain illusory city is. Fearsome? The duo was taken aback. Could it be that Brother Liao knows something about it? Of course. I once read an introduction about it in a book. Tilting up his chin, a hint of pride gleamed in Liao Wuji's eyes. Given how most pavilion masters were unaware of it, he could be considered to be knowledgeable for knowing it. The Ghost Domain Illusory City harnesses the concepts of Qi Min Dunjia, which could be classified into 3 mystics, 8 gates, and 6 jias. It contains the spirits of Jifu, Tungsha, Taiyin, Liuhe, Baihu, Xuanhu, Judy, and Jutian. Those who enter its premises would fall into an endless spiral of fear. Those who lack the appropriate temperament will find their mental fortitude breached and lose their confidence. With both his hands behind his back, Liao Wuji spoke with the composure and confidence reminiscent of a great strategist. I've heard of Zhang Shi's affairs, and I'm indeed impressed by how he was able to become a 4-star master teacher at such a young age. Just the fact that he was able to defeat you, Ruahuan Gongzi, means that he is indeed capable, but in the end, he's still too young. Furthermore, given his smooth-sailing life that lacks experiences of defeat, his mental fortitude must be lacking. This test will likely be where he will be halted. As one of the strongest contender for the champion spot, his analytical ability was beyond ordinary. Zhang Shi might be young, but being chosen as the candidate of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance meant that there was indeed something extraordinary about him. As such, Liao Wuji didn't look down on him just because of his age. But while Zhang Shi was indeed a genius, he was still way too young and had yet to mature yet. His weak mental fortitude would be his greatest opening. This test would be the greatest difficulty he had ever faced. If my conjecture proves to be accurate, his mental fortitude will definitely be breached within 5 to 10 minutes. Liao Wuji predicted. 5 to 10 minutes? The Ghost Domain Illusory City is simply too formidable. Based on my calculation, even for me, I'll only be able to hold on for around an incense's time. In terms of that, the timing which Hong Shi decided on for the test was indeed precise. It is unlikely that there will be any participants who can persevere any longer than that. Given Zhang Shi's young age, it would already be incredible if he could hold on for 5 minutes. Liao Wuji waved his hands proudly, and just as he was about to continue, he suddenly froze. As though he had seen a ghost, his body stiffened, eyes widened, and lips trembled uncontrollably. What is going on? Chapter 577. Can it be fixed? Zhang Xian pushed open the doors to enter the illusory city. Its interior was pitch black, such that he couldn't even see his outstretched hand. Taking 2 steps along the corridor, a sinister wind blew past, bringing an eerie voice to his ear. Woo-woo-woo. The voice was drenched with resentment and adoration, sorrow and happiness. It struck right into one's soul, rendering the action of covering one's ears meaningless. Is this soul beguilement? Zhang Xian frowned. Mo Hunching had once used a similar technique against him back in the Soul Oracle tomb. Such techniques allowed the voice to resound within one's soul, would be useless even if one were to inhibit all 6 senses. Lifting his gaze, Zhang Xian saw countless savage eyes staring at him, threatening to leap out at him at any moment to tear him into shreds. To face hair-standing sorrowful cries and the threat of impending attacks under such a dark environment. This was indeed a test on one's temperament. If one's mental fortitude wasn't strong enough, one might just faint on the spot. Boom. Just as Zhang Xian was scanning the surroundings curiously, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy gushing out from a corner of the room. It flowed along with the whistling of the wind, heading straight for him. His eyes immediately narrowed, and he leaped forward. But right after he dodged the attack, he felt another powerful surge of energy heading right for him. Dodging it with a leap, before Zhang Xian could land on the floor, he felt yet another attack coming from a different direction. After dodging 7 to 8 of such attacks, a droplet of cold sweat dripped from Zhang Xian's chin. He was starting to panic. The attacks were becoming more and more frequent. If this went on, it would reach a point where Zhang Xian would be unable to cope at all. and this might potentially end in severe injuries for him. Could this test really be that difficult? No, something's wrong. I could feel the energy and disturbance in the air from the previous attacks, but I didn't hear any sound of collision between the wall and the surge of energy. After avoiding a few more attacks, a thought suddenly struck Zhang Xian, leaving him stunned for a moment. He could hear the sharp whistling of the wind due to the barrage of attacks raining down on him, but somehow, the sound of collision when the force struck the wall or ground was absent. Even if Zhang Xian dodged the attack, the force should have struck the wall or the ground, leaving behind a deep imprint or at least a mark of some kind. But there wasn't anything like that at all. Could the attacks be an illusion too? Eye of Insight. Thinking such, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Insight. In an instant, the darkness veiling his vision lightened, allowing him to see the rough outline of the entire room. The Eye of Insight allows one to peer into the essence of everything. While it was impossible for Zhang Xian's Eye of Insight to peer through the entire Ghost Domain illusory city, given the powerful might of the artifact, it wasn't too much of a problem for him to just see through the facades contained within the interior of a single room. And in an instant, he saw that the origin of the piercing wind sound that he heard previously was actually countless spirit beings lingering in the surroundings. It was impossible to tell whether these spirit beings were originally human, spirit beasts, or simply artificial beings. While they were able to stir up an intense wind through their motion, it was completely harmless to one's physical body. That was also the reason why the wall and floor remained undamaged. But still, if Zhang Xian didn't have the Eye of Insight, he would have never dared to face that powerful, frenzied surge of energy even if someone were to inflate his guts. Other competitors might have been helpless before these spirit beings, and it would just be a matter of time before they crumbled before the immense pressure on them. But this won't work on me. Upon understanding the origin behind the attacks, Zhang Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Unable to see or perceive these spirit beings, the other competitors would indeed be unable to deal with these spirit beings. It would just be a matter of time before the mounting pressure crushed their mental fortitude, snapping their thread of sanity. But, as a soul oracle, if he were to allow mere spirit beings to get the better of him, it would indeed be embarrassing. Draw soul. Zhang Xian's glabella glowed, and a soul-bearing semblance to his physical appearance emerged from his body. Wang. Zhang Xian clasped his hands together, and a glow of light flashed across the room. The spirit beings, as though having met their nemesis, quickly fled in fear. The soul of soul oracles possessed extraordinary soul energy, and not to mention, the cultivation technique which Zhang Xian practiced was the Heaven's Path soul art, granting his soul a mighty aura that ghosts dared not stand up against. It was already a huge benevolence, as well as a gesture of respect to Hong Shi, that he didn't consume these spirit beings to nourish his soul. After chasing away those troublemaking spirit beings, the room fell silent. Returning back to his body, Zhang Xian stood up to start looking for the exit when a thought suddenly struck him, and a smile slowly surfaced on his face. Why do I even need to search around? As long as I determine the flaws behind this artifact, wouldn't I be able to find the exit easily? Given that Zhang Xian was attacked by so many soul beings right after he entered the Ghost Domain illusory city, who knew what else he might face later on? It would be too much trouble to go through everything. Since he had the Library of Heaven's Path, he could simply find the flaws behind the Ghost Domain illusory city and, just like with formations, pause its functioning. In any case, pausing a formation wouldn't damage it. Its functions could be easily restored after he left, and it wouldn't affect the challengers after him. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian placed his hand on the floor, and a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Ghost Domain Illusory City, forged by 5-star master teacher Fei Yuzi. It harnesses the concepts of Mystic Gate's hidden Jia and contains innumerable spirit beings. It can be used as a test to train one's temperament. Flaws. Number 1. The stone pedestal at the center serving as the control center is easily noticeable. A detailed explanation on the Ghost Domain Illusory City could be seen on the book. The stone pedestal at the center is the control center? With the Eye of Insight active, Zhang Xian proceeded forward and saw a stone pedestal with a height similar to his. Isn't this way too conspicuous? Seeing that something this important was actually placed so openly in the artifact, Zhang Xian shook his head. But soon, he came to a realization. Often, the most dangerous of location tended to be the safest, and sometimes, placing it at the most conspicuous spot may make one overlook it due to their subconscious mind instinctively acknowledging the impossibility of it. Besides, the cultivators that enter the illusory city would have their hands full with dealing with the spirit beings. Even if they were to see the stone pedestal, they wouldn't have the spare energy to think of such things. Since this is the control center, will the ghost domain illusory city come to a halt if I were to knock this pedestal aside? Too lazy to read on, Zhang Xian closed the book, and with his eye of insight still active, he began assessing the stone pedestal. He couldn't tell what the stone pedestal was made of, but it was exceptionally hard. Looking around it, Zhang Xian wasn't able to find any mechanism around it. He tried pushing the pedestal with his hands, but as though connected with the fortress, it didn't budge in the least. I don't believe that I can't move it. Heaven's Path Fist Art. Frowning, Zhang Xian gathered all of his strength in his fists, and as though a released arrow, his fists shot toward the stone pedestal. Pong! His fist struck the stone pedestal, but there was nothing except for a slight tremor. On the contrary, he felt a stinging pain on his fist. What a hard stone! Zhang Xian was astonished. His strength totaled up to 2,600,000 ding, and complemented with the Heaven's Path Fist Art, even a primary-tier spirit weapon would be crushed instantly. And yet, not only did this ordinary-looking stone pedestal not budge in the least, his fist even grew red from the impact. The stone pedestal must be at least a spirit intermediate-tier artifact, or perhaps even higher than that. To be able to withstand his attack, this stone pedestal had to be an incredible artifact similar to the illusory city. What should I do now? Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella. He had finally found a way to stop the ghost domain illusory city, but due to his lacking cultivation, he wasn't able to do it. This felt extremely stifling to him. Wait, I might not be able to move it, but I can always draw on the help of others. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incapable of moving it with his current strength, but he could always draw on the strength of others, such as his clone. Back then, when he exchanged blows with that fellow, he was crushed completely. The physical body of his clone was truly powerful beyond words. Come out. Willing so, Zhang Xian's clone appeared before him. He had placed this fellow into his storage ring before heading over here, so summoning him hinged only on a single thought. Given the shared consciousness between the duo, the clone instantaneously understood the plight Zhang Xian was in. Thus, Zhang Xian ordered directly, "Break this stone pedestal to stop the formation." All right. The clone tightened his fists and released a punch. Heaven's Path Fist Art. Kacha! Kacha! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared in the stone pedestal before him. The crack swiftly crept across the entire pedestal and voila! It crumbled into rubble. Can't you hold back a little? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in rage. Wasn't this stone pedestal so tough, such that even his fist suffered great pain from the backlash of his attack? Why did it suddenly break just like that? Didn't it seem like his clone had used too much strength? Could it be that clone's physical body is simply too powerful, such that it induced a suppression effect on the stone pedestal? After a moment of bewilderment, Zhang Xian suddenly came to a realization, and he felt tears threatening to spill from his face. Due to the Nine Hearts Lotus being a god artifact, even if his clone didn't use too much strength, he could still destroy the stone pedestal easily. To make an analogy, it was just like putting a diamond against a dagger. While the dagger might be more efficient in a battle, in terms of ability to scratch glass, the diamond would be much more effective. He was just like the dagger, whereas his clone was the diamond. While the latter didn't use too much strength behind his attack, the stone pedestal still crumbled easily. Zhang Xian only intended to move the stone pedestal, but in the end, he ended up destroying it instead. Hong Long. Conflicted, Zhang Xian was just considering what he should do next when the entire ghost domain illusory city rumbled and started shaking violently. With its core destroyed, the formation supporting the illusory city was completely crippled. Thus, the gigantic infrastructure immediately started crumbling. Keep. Returning his clone to his storage ring, he glanced upward, only to see huge lumps of rock raining down on him. Knowing that it was too late for him to escape, he could only raise his arms to protect his head from the falling rocks. Given how formidable Yang Shi is, his student should have no trouble clearing the ghost domain illusory city. Outside, on the round stage, Hong Shi had been pacing back and forth worriedly ever since Zhang Xian walked in. Yang Shi had sent his student here to temper him, not to have him eliminated in the first round. But thinking deeper into the matter, given how powerful Yang Shi was, how could his student be anything simple? The ghost domain illusory city might be powerful, but I've already adjusted the difficulty such that at least 85% of the 56 challengers would be able to clear it. Zhang Shi shouldn't be eliminated here. Now, the only problem is how long it will take for him to clear the challenge. There was another benefit to the ghost domain illusory city, could determine how powerful one's mental fortitude was. The faster one could escape from it, the stronger one's mental fortitude was. Since there was no need to worry about Zhang Shi's elimination, the main problem at hand would be how long he would take to clear the test. I would require 7 minutes to clear the illusory city. No matter how strong the mental fortitude of the participants is, they will need at least 10 minutes to clear the challenge. Considering Zhang Shi's age, it would be an incredible feat if he could clear the challenge in around 13 minutes. Hong Shi calculated internally. Seeing that there was still time, Hong Shi was just about to find a place to sit down and wait when the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. He anxiously lifted his head to take a look, only to see the humongous ghost domain illusory city rumbling loudly before collapsing inward. After which, a figure with both arms raised above his head, a silhouette reminiscent of a valiant warrior, appeared amidst the cloud of dust. On the warrior's face was a sheepish smile. The warrior scratched his head apologetically and said, "Hong Shi, it seems like I accidentally broke your ghost domain illusory city. Can it be fixed?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.